Members are attending this meeting remotely by video conference. Tonight's meeting is available to the public on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website. Public participation is encouraged by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Please note, if you would like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you will need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 to 15 participants in the queue will have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 to 25 participants in the queue have 2 minutes to speak. And if time remains, the next participants will get 1.5 minutes until we reach 90 minutes. Again, the number is 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. Please call several minutes before the agenda item and press *3 to ensure you are in the queue for comment. The City Council meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson?
Here.
Castriata?
Here.
Broom?
Here.
Hinkle?
Here.
Jezierski?
Here.
Law Evans? Lim?
Here.
Lindstedt?
Here.
Schaff?
Here.
Tessier?
Here.
A quorum is present. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council to please utilize the video conferencing tools to raise their hand for comments, or when making a motion or a second. I will call on the first hand raised to state the motion and the second hand raised to make the second as appropriate. I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. Abby will be assisting with the timekeeping and will provide council members with the notification via video conferencing chat when 1 minute remains. Please ensure you are on mute when not speaking. If a council member needs to leave the meeting, please inform me before doing. Before we begin, item 6A, Marijuana Task Force Cannabis Advisory Board, has been withdrawn at this time by the council members who initiated the Section 18 request and therefore will not be reviewed this evening. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Noting none, council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. We will review this evening's consent agenda in separate parts. Item 3A, followed by the council review of item 3B, which is a request for an executive session that requires an individual motion. Following the clerk's reading of consent agenda items 3A, we will ask for public comments, and then we'll do the same for item 3B. Will the clerk please read agenda item 3A by title?
Resolution number 2021-61, authorizing and approving the First Amendment to the agreement by and between the City and County of Broomfield and Slalom LLC for DEAI consulting and training.
Okay, we will now proceed with public comments. I'm not seeing any public comments on this item, Mayor Pro Tem. So, does any member of council have questions on this agenda item, this consent agenda item? Is there a motion that the recommendation contained in the staff report for agenda item 3A be approved? Mayor Pro Tem?
So moved.
Councilmember Groom?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson?
Yes.
Castriata?
Yes.
Broom?
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jaworski,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Tessier.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Next is council's consideration of item 3B, a request for an executive session following tonight's special meeting. We will, and this is where I had trouble. Nancy, could you go ahead and read the motion now?
Yes, Mayor, I can. That an executive session be held on April 6, 2021, after the conclusion of council's special meeting for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding extraction oil and gas litigation as permitted by CRS Section 24-6-42 sub 4P.
Okay, we'll now proceed with public comments. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please press *3. State your first and last name and neighborhood for the record. I note there are people that are on the queue, but I'm not noting anybody for this particular item. Council questions are next. Noting none. Request for an executive session requiring an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the members present. The city and county attorney has read the recommended motion. Is there a motion? Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Groom,
Second.
is there any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Castriata,
Yes.
Groom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jaworski,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Tessier,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. So let's go ahead and move to council business. First is the public hearing and council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2142, designating the vested property rights agreement for Aspen Creek. I will now declare the public hearing open. We will follow the city's standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we will have the applicant's presentation if applicable. Then we will ask for public comments and final comments from the applicant. And finally, questions from City Council. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. Anna Bertanzetti, our Planning Director, will walk us through this item. Anna?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Aspen Street Land LLC is proposing a vested property rights agreement for the project known as Dillon Point. Under the code, vested rights last approximately 3 years unless there is an agreement to extend those vested rights. This developer is requesting extended vested rights because the development is anticipated to occur in phases over the next 10 years. The vested agreement provides for the developer to undertake and complete the development and use of the property under the terms and conditions of an approved site-specific development plan. It precludes the city and county of Broomfield from modifying the plans without the consent of the property owner. The proposed vesting agreement would vest the property development rights with the vested property rights agreement, the Aspen Creek filing number 8 final plat, Aspen Creek PUD plan amendment, the 4th amendment, the Aspen Creek filing number 8 site development plan, and the subdivision improvement agreement for Aspen Creek, filing number 8. The first vesting period would be 5 years, and it would be extended an additional 5 years if the developer has completed all public improvements identified in Exhibit B of the vesting agreement and at least 80 residential dwelling units. With the vested rights agreement, the developer is able to have more certainty regarding the approved plans being in place and not susceptible to change. And Broomfield is able to require specific milestones to be achieved within a specified period of time. The benefit of a vested rights agreement for Broomfield is the continuation of a project on a set schedule. even when external factors may change the viability of the project. The value of vested rights to a developer may mean that the development continues to move forward with the project, even if the demand has fallen, rather than abandoning the project or temporarily suspending it until the next economic rebound. In this instance, the developer is making significant upfront investment for regional drainage, improvements to Aspen Street, and for the necessary infrastructure to support the density and housing types being offered. The vesting agreement gives the developer an added incentive to prioritize those public improvements that are identified in Exhibit B to ensure they are completed within the first 5 years to retain the vested rights for this vesting agreement. The applicant is here this evening, but does not have a presentation prepared for you. They are available to answer questions, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. I want to note for the record that Liz Evans is, has joined the meeting. We will go to, my understanding is the applicant does not have a presentation. Is that correct, Ryan?
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll move to public comments. We do have people in the queue. As stated earlier, we don't have more than 15 people at this point in time, but if we do, the way it's structured now is the first 1 to 15 participants have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 to 25 have 2, and then the remaining time will be at 1.5 minutes for whatever there is. So let me go with Yolando. Please state your full name, your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
This is Yolanda Del Toro, and I live at Aspen Creek, and I'm calling in to voice my concern that the developer wants an extra 5 years for a total of 10 years to build out the neighborhood. I do think that a 3 to 6 year or 7 year period is reasonable, but my concern arises from the constant traffic and noise and all of the debris that will be arising due to this construction. It's just really not fair to the individuals that live in Eagle Trace and Pony Estates, Whistlepeg, Country Estates, Aspen Creek neighborhoods. Additionally, I would be very concerned that the homes might never get fully developed in that very long period if you have 10 years to finish. Finally, I just want to point out that this increase in the length of time before the entire development is built out increases the amount of taxes that the initial home buyers are paying because the amount's not being spread out amongst all of the homeowners. And so that increases the length of time before the bonds are paid off as well. Trying to be fair to the homeowners in that area, especially since their taxes are going to be a lot higher than everybody else's around the area. Thank you very much for your time. Bye.
Thank you. Candy, you're next. State your full name and neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Candy Evans, and I'm a resident of Pony Estates. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I have joined each and every city council meeting that has taken place on this development. I have emailed all of you individually, and I have signed every petition. And so have hundreds of others that have been on these calls each and every time to voice our concerns and displeasure with this community. However, we were completely ignored. So even though I'm fully aware that what I'm about to say is probably falling on deaf ears, I'm going to say it anyway. This is in regards to the builder asking for yet another variance of 10 years to complete the construction of the community. I live on Dillon Road. I have lived in major construction for 2 full years. The inconvenience and traffic of construction traffic and noise to Pony Estates residents for an additional 10 years is ludicrous. But more importantly than traffic and noise, it's the dust. It's all the dirt. My husband has severe asthma, and the construction dust that is had because of Dillon Road It has been very detrimental to his health, and we have a right to live in a community where our health is not put at risk by the city government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robin, you're next. State your full name, neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, excuse me. My name's Robin Cunningham, live in Aspen Creek, and this will be short and sweet. I'm against another variance by the developer, number 24, extending the development from 3 years to 10 years, which would disrupt our community for additional 7 years. In our current real estate market, which I'm sure all council and Mr. Mayor you're aware of, there is no reason for the request of the extension. Most homes are selling in days due to a lack of inventory. And I'm seeing that development has already started in this neighborhood. My opinion is the developer has an ulterior motive for the request, such as removing the barn and the current home to make way for additional lots. Plus, maybe there's some changes to the commercial. So I hope you will consider my remarks and other people's remarks as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin. Kim, you're next. State your full name and neighborhood for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Kim Tosi. I live in Aspen Creek. My property backs up to this project, and this has been going on for years. In 2012, we were dealing with the soccer business. Back and forth, many council meetings went to the side of the Awitas. Then we started 2017, 2018 with this project. Now you want us to deal with this for 10 more years, or they want us to deal with this for 10 more years. This is ridiculous. I feel like I've been held hostage in my home as far as what's going on behind me. I don't know. Since 2012, it's been up in the air. And I just feel that City Council has bent over backwards, I feel, for the Awita family and this developer. And you got what you wanted. You passed this development with all of the crazy variances in it. Now they're asking for 10 years. Enough is enough. Can we please just have this be done? I am okay with 3 years at any point in the next 10 years, but I don't want to be held hostage for 10 years of development, which I can see clear up to Dillon, all of it. I think it's ridiculous. And construction started today. I had someone in behind my fence doing stuff. So are you telling me that until 2031, I should be dealing with this? That's ridiculous. I ask you to please not approve this. Thank you.
That's all the public comments that I can see right now. I'll give the, well, the applicant did not make a presentation. Normally we allow them to respond to public comments before council begins its deliberations. Does the applicant want to respond to specifically to the comments that were made during the public comment period?
Thank you, Mayor. If I may have just a couple minutes. I'm Colby O'Haron once again with Wonderland Homes. The one thing I would say is that, you know, the extension to 10 years is not the plan for us. You know, the market conditions are great now. We obviously would prefer this community to go quicker, and we don't have a crystal ball and don't really know what the next 3 or 4 years will hold. And so the 10-year vested rights, it protects both us and putting our significant investment in up front with parks and significant infrastructure to this project, as well as the community and the city. And so, you know, our intent and our hope is that this project go quicker, but the 10 years protects everyone involved. The one thing I would say on the increased taxes, as you know, there is a mill levy cap, and so those taxes are capped. The last thing I would say is that, you know, this project development starts you know, in the near future. However, the vertical development does not start for a year. And so although our real estate market is very impressive right now, we've all seen the 2007, 2008, 2009 years, and just know that can't last forever. And so we're just trying to make sure that we do this right, and we're here for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll go to questions from City Council. And this is only questions, City Council. We will go through the process we've been doing where we'll have the motion, and we'll debate the motions. There may be amendment or two being proposed tonight. So questions from City Council are next. Council, do you have any questions? Councilmember Lim?
Yes. Can the vested rights agreement require a number of deed restricted properties to be completed in its development milestones? Could the staff answer that question?
Councilmember, I'm going to take a quick stab at that, and I may ask the city attorney's office to verify, but I believe a vested property rights agreement could be worded to require a specific milestone, including a number of affordable units. The proposal this evening does not have that. And we have not discussed that with the applicant. It would need to be discussed with the applicant, but I'm not sure if Ms. Rogers has anything to add.
Okay. Is there a standard number of house residences that are usually included in a vested rights agreement? This one has 80 residences and is also of note that it's a 5 and 10 year agreement rather than a 3-year agreement. So what is the typical number of residents that would be required? This one seems low to me.
Councilmember Lim, I'm not sure that we have a standard typical for a single family vested rights agreement. I'm not sure that we've done one in a little while, but there are larger scale projects that have vested rights that certainly do have both square feet of commercial as well as a minimum number of dwelling units by certain periods in order to continue to extend the vested rights agreements. Each is individually considered.
Okay, you brought up commercial. Was there a consideration in this vested rights agreement to require any part of that commercial that's planned in the project? Since the applicant was the one who was insistent that that be included, I think.
Councilmember Lim, the commercial is not included in this vested rights. An additional site development plan is required for consideration of the commercial. So at this time, it wasn't included in the vested rights agreement.
Okay. The park. So the 4.4 acre park to the south was important to the residents. So because this northern part of the Dillon Point development in the northern part of the Aspen Creek area was borrowing. We'll use the term borrowing. I mean, it's allowed, but was borrowing from the greater open lands allotment that was scheduled in the south, that was actually implemented in the south. So what do we have in the vested rights agreement that will guarantee that the park will be constructed by the time that 80 residences are completed as part of that automatic vesting of the second term?
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. I was just checking with planner Brandon Rowe, and he's verified that the park is a public park and is included in Exhibit B. So the vested rights agreement would require that that park be completed in the first 5 years in order to allow the developer to extend the vested rights.
Does that include, I noted like there looked like there was infrastructure for the park in Exhibit B. Are the amenities of the park, like the playground equipment, and that that make the park useful, is that included in the requirement for the automatic vesting?
Yes, that is correct. And in addition to the vested rights, there is a subdivision improvement agreement that's included with the vested rights this evening that includes additional milestones for when public and private amenities need to be phased with the development. So there's kind of two levels of control with the phasing.
Okay, and one last, two questions. So the residents of Starview had to undergo a lot of negotiation with the developer and discussion in order to get the improvements that were necessary for the floodplain and drainage issues just north of them. So I read through Exhibit B with the notes that were in there with the infrastructure improvements related to drainage. I would just want to ask, not knowing exactly every detail that's needed for those drainage issues, does staff feel confident that all of those drainage issues will be resolved by the time that this vested rights agreement is up for its 5-year renewal?
Councilmember Lim, we feel confident that the vested rights agreement includes the necessary public improvements to address the drainage that would be generated by this project and that's coming offsite that the developer is required to handle and direct to the offsite. It is consistent with the drainage plans that have been reviewed by our floodplain manager as well as our engineering division staff.
This question is for the developer. Since Wonderland Homes was acquired by another company at the beginning of February 2021, have there been any discussions about changes to the project? That's naturally a part of the possibility when a company is taken over by another company. And since we don't have any guarantee about the phasing of the project, I'd like the developer to answer that question.
As Anna said, the phasing is covered in the SIA, and yes, our company was acquired. We still operate as Wonderland Homes. Our team is the same. All of our plans are the same. The projects that we have under plan and development right now will remain to be the same. And so the only difference is that we're capitalized now. And so it's really a benefit for this project. Wonderland was a small builder and capital is a big issue for small companies these days. And so that helps us maintain and continue. But yes, the answer is nothing will change.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councilmember Groom.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Lim hit on majority of things that I had, but I just wanted to clarify and understand the park. So the park is in phase 1 and it has to be complete in full, turned over to the city prior to any consideration of the second vested right. Is that what I heard?
Thank you, Councilmember Groom. That's correct. The SIA has another level of control, another level of phasing, and it is likely to be completed with that first phase before it gets to the 5-year. But
I'm sorry. That's the big park. That's phase 1.
Yes.
Now, then there's some other like pocket parks in there, and those are going to be done as that block or that facility is done, and those are not turned over to Broomfield, correct?
Thank you for the clarification, Councilmember Groom. That is correct.
Okay. And then when you said the commercial is not part of this, that means the commercial can be put at the very, very end.
Councilmember Groom, the PUD plan is included as a site-specific development plan. So the zoning of the commercial parcel is part of the vesting agreement, but the completion of a certain square footage within that commercial is not included as a required milestone within the vesting agreement.
Okay. And then going back to standards, I know we don't have standards, but do you have any examples? For instance, how long would it take to develop a number of homes, 100 homes? Like, what would be the typical development cycle for a project of this size? What should we expect? 1 year, 2 years?
I mean, as I said earlier, Councilmember Groom, it's all market dependent. And so the faster we go, the better the project is for us. We typically pro forma projects with 2.5 to 3 per month. And so we've got 5 different segments. The semi-custom are kind of on their own because that would go at a slower pace, being a higher price point. And so, we typically see this project going anywhere between 3 and 6 years. That's how we perform it.
Okay, and then going back to staff, since that question was for them, that's fine. In Broomfield, what's a typical development time?
Councilmember Groom, we would typically see a number of months with the horizontal infrastructure construction, as Colby had already mentioned. And then typically for the builders that we have working in Broomfield, I think what he mentioned around the 3 to 6 units per month in terms of permits being pulled is pretty typical, with the higher number of permits related more towards the townhomes type projects, the smaller units at a lower price point. We see those being pulled faster than the larger units.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I had.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for putting this together. I do have some questions. The first question is more of a general, broad question. What's the advantage of a vesting rights agreement for a development? Having a vesting rights agreement in place for a development than not having a vested rights agreement in place?
Councilmember Schaaf, I can answer generally speaking. I'm not sure if the applicant would like to answer why they feel it's important to their particular project, but for Broomfield, it's important because for the developer, they're making a large investment on the front end of the project for infrastructure improvements. And with the larger scale developments and those significant improvements, it allows the developer to have certainty that there won't be changes proposed by City Council or Broomfield in general moving forward during some period of time in the future. It also allows Broomfield to ensure that those major public infrastructure improvements are included at the very beginning of the project, because in order to continue the vested rights, they have to meet those milestones. So the hope is that the developer is prioritizing this project, getting the public infrastructure included very quickly, and continues working on the project even if there's a dip in the market or it might not have as much interest, that there's an incentive to continue to move forward with the project in Broomfield.
I'd be curious to hear from the applicant if you would like to add anything to that.
I agree with that statement.
Perfect. That's great. So a follow-up question on that to staff. So you had talked about that Broomfield can make sure that the public infrastructure is included on the front end of the development. As a part of this overall package, one of the things that we most likely will see coming back to us is a service plan along with the IGA that includes amendments to that service plan. Can we also make that stipulation as a part of that service plan for this public infrastructure to be done on the front end, as opposed to having it done as well as in the vesting rights agreement?
Thank you for the question. I defer to the city attorney's office if they would be able to help clarify that.
Council, Carl from the city attorney's office is on the line and can respond. Carl?
Good evening, everyone. Carl Front, senior attorney. Council member Schaaf. My understanding is that only a intergovernmental agreement will be coming forward at a future date. There will be there's no plans to amend the service plan by the metropolitan districts. What the intergovernmental agreement does is it sets forth more of the operating criteria for how the service plan is carried out, such as when it's dissolved. It gives oversight authority to Broomfield for the existing approved service plan. But I have not heard that there's a plan to bring back any amendments to the service plan.
I wasn't suggesting to bring an amendment. I was suggesting whether or not a stipulation to include that public infrastructure as an early part of the development could be done in that service plan. Is there anything prohibiting that requirement from being in that IGA?
Not that I'm aware of, but I have not seen such a condition within an IGA before. So I can't say for certain that we would be able to do that. I would need to look into that.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Thank you for that. Next question that I have is, for an approved site development plan, the developer can continue constructing the development after the vesting rights agreement has expired. So what happens at that time? And this is kind of going towards one of the public comments, which was, having this development continue on for 10 years. The vesting rights only limit it to 10 years. The development doesn't have to stop after that 10 year. And so that's kind of the line of my questioning there.
Councilmember Schaaf, I think this is a good opportunity to clarify that the vested rights doesn't imply that the developer is intending to take longer to develop the property. What it does is it allows a longer period of time before Broomfield would have the ability to require changes to the site development plan. So the development could be substantially less than 10 years, or if it extended past 10 years, it could continue along the plans as they are approved today, which often happens with most of our developments, or after that vesting period lapses, the city council could follow the Broomfield Municipal Code's requirements for requesting changes to a site plan, which would include public hearings and notification to the property owner of their intent to make those changes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think that helps, and hopefully that clarifies some of the questions and comments that we had from public. So looking at that, so understanding this vesting rights agreement, normally it would be in a 3-year period. With this vesting rights agreement, they get 5 years in initial term, and then a 5-year automatic 5-year second term. So I'm looking at that second term and trying to figure out what those triggers are in that. So in order for the vesting rights agreement to be automatically continued for an additional 5 years, one of the conditions of Exhibit B must be substantially completed, and 80 residences must be complete. And I point out that substantially completed because that is different. That's a different term than what was used by staff, which was it will be completed. Exhibit, public infrastructure Exhibit B will be completed, which is not true. What the vesting rights agreement says is substantially completed. So, and I point that out because I would like to get further clarification on what substantially completed means. What is the definition of that? Percentage-wise, dollar amount spent, what is that criteria to achieve that substantially completed?
Councilmember Schaaf, thank you for pointing out that clarification. We don't have, I don't believe, any definition that is specific to dollar amounts or percentage for significance, but it is something that we have utilized in subdivision improvement agreements and it really comes down to the city engineer and our staff reviewing the progress of the improvements and determining whether or not that qualifies as significant. And I'd ask the city attorney's office if they have any other legal basis to determine whether something is significantly completed or not.
Sure, I can help out here, Anna. This is Carl Front, senior attorney again. At the Exhibit C to the vested rights agreement is definitions. And there is a definition for substantial completion, actually. Let me just find that here. Substantially completed means completion of the public infrastructure and residential units in substantial accordance with the approved construction documents, therefore subject only to completion of punch list items and, as applicable, acceptance or issuance of a certificate of occupancy by the city and or such other applicable authority.
All right. Well, I mean, thank you for that. I missed that definition. So within that, there is still the substantial accordance. So I'm still in a little bit of vague land here with what we're trying to achieve. So if I'm reading that, and I'm looking to Mr. Front for clarification on this, if I'm reading this right, what this is meaning is that the items listed in Exhibit B must be completed subject to only those punch items and minor pieces of those, but those are moving down the road to be completed.
That's how I would interpret it. Yes, Councilmember Schaaf.
Okay, that helps. And I just got my 1 minute remaining, so I better move. So within Exhibit B, and I think that this was clarified by a previous council member, in Exhibit B, there's Phase 1 and Phase 2. So Exhibit B must be substantially completed regardless of phase. Is that correct?
Thank you. That is correct, Councilmember Schaaf.
Okay. And then with the 80 residences, there's no specific types of those residents that need to be included, and that includes the deed restricted housing.
That is also correct.
Great. And then do we have a list of what public infrastructure is not included, that will be going into the development that's not included on Exhibit B?
Councilmember Schaaf, I believe this captures all of the public improvements except for the traffic signal that was added as a condition of approval for the site development plan, and the parks that are not dedicated to Broomfield but are available. They function kind of quasi-public for the community and neighborhood, not the public parks.
So,
okay, and then my last question.
Your time is up.
All right. I will. I'll find a different way to ask these. Thank
you. Okay, Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, and I appreciate all of these questions so far. I still have a couple of other questions I would like to ask, and one about this has a lot to do with the milestones, and understand that the current real estate market is very good right now, and the developers anticipated development time frame of, I think they were anticipating about 3 to 6 years. Can we shorten those vesting periods to 3-year increments? Because I really do hear the concerns of the community and wanting to get this development done on a shorter time frame to reduce the impacts to those neighborhoods. And then in addition to that, I would also like to hear a little bit more about, we have this map here with the phasing plan with Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. So the 80 required units would obviously be built in Phase 1. I'm just curious how many units are in Phase 1 and what control we have over which of those units are built, and where that, I think I missed the part on where the requirement for the 15 affordable housing, the 15 affordable units falls in there, and also making sure that we don't want to just do half of the southern section and put those neighbors under a long burden of several, could be 5+ years. So that's a couple of questions, I guess, for our staff.
Yeah, Councilmember Anderson, I'll try to remember those questions, but if I miss one, please let me know. So yes, vesting agreements can be done in other increments other than 5 years. This particular agreement was 5 years, so I would defer to the applicant of whether they were interested in modifications to those vesting terms. The phasing plan that you're talking, referencing from the site development plan, it did include 80, or did overlap with the 80 units that are in the vesting agreement. The vesting agreement does not specify that a certain number need to be the affordable units, but as you mentioned, 15 units within Phase 1 had previously been designated as being affordable. The 80 units that are required with the vesting, we do not have a specific requirement that identifies which of the units would be completed, just that 80 of the units. And there are 148 units in Phase 1. So I think I've got a few of them, but please let me know if I missed any.
No, that was the questions. Okay, so of the 148, without having more details on which of those 80 units it is, and ensuring that we provide the most minimal impact to those surrounding communities and just get some of that work done. I feel like we haven't necessarily done diligence on our part to ensure that is done. And I am also still uncomfortable with the commercial lot not being included in this development. And I think that is really, here's the other question. The Metro District, this might not exactly be the question that came from one of the individuals that called in, but just thinking a little bit deeper on this one, the public infrastructure that would get put in up front. And then if market conditions were not ideal and they decided to, take this extended period of time, and it could be up to 10 years or longer, what would the impact, and assuming that only a few homes have been put in, what would the impact be to the existing homeowners? Would their Metro District taxes still be what they were anticipated, or could those potentially be higher because there'd be fewer people paying in? I'd like to hear a little bit more on that one.
Councilmember Anderson, as was mentioned by the applicant, there is a mill levy cap that it could not exceed. And I'd ask the applicant or to potentially address more in depth your question.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Haron, is that why you have your hand raised or?
No, I was going to address the terms of the vested rights agreement, but I'll wait until called upon. If this is the time, then I'll go forward.
Can someone address the issue of the Metro District? What happens if the Metro District, the mill levies?
Yes.
If it takes longer to build up than you thought?
I can, Mr. Mayor. Good
Okay.
question. Yes, with the mill levy cap, we have that hard cap on mill levies for debt. And so whether there's 10 homeowners or 300 homeowners, there's still a maximum that can be paid by one individual homeowner based on the assessed value of their home. So an attainable homeowner, for example, that has a $350,000 house will only be assessed the same amount whether there's 20 other homes or 200 other homes.
Okay.
For debt.
And then Councilmember Anderson, can Mr. O'Haron address your issue on the timing of the 5-year timing?
Yes, and that was all of my questions. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. O'Haron.
Thank you. The extension or the shortening of the vested rights doesn't necessitate whether the development's going to take 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. So even if we have a shorter vested rights term, the only thing that does is provides a little bit of uncertainty beyond those terms. The development's going to take what the development's going to take based upon the market conditions. So the only finite amount of time that I have is the horizontal improvements, so the land development components. The vertical construction is all based upon market conditions. And so the more people that come to buy the homes, the project's going to sell out faster. However, if the market slows, the development is going to take however long it takes to sell those homes, because we don't build a ton of spec inventory. So we only build sold inventory. And so if the term is shorter, the only thing that does is it leaves some openings in the possibilities for the future of the community.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Jezierski.
Thank you, Mayor. Most of my questions have been thoughtfully asked, but I just want to make sure that I understand this. So it's probably for Anna. Just want to make sure I understand. So if we have no vested rights agreements, we approve a project, the developer gets 3 years of basically vested rights. Is that sort of the default?
That is correct.
Okay, and then after the 3 years, the concern would be from the developer that council can go back and, as you mentioned, make changes to the original approvals. And the reason that they would want this is, of course, the certainty. And the reason that we would want to give them a vested right agreement is to provide incentive for them to make those upfront improvements and make those expenditures, because they are going to have some level of certainty that for 5 to 10 years, things aren't going to change.
Councilmember Jezierski, that's a great summary.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I know the big question is, why do we want to do this? What's in it for us as a city and a county? And it sounds like to me, it's providing an incentive to make sure that the project actually takes place. And the only way we could do that is by giving them some level of certainty that what was approved is going to remain approved for the next period of time. And you did mention it sounds like but by having these milestones in there, that gives us a little bit of I guess gives them incentive to build the infrastructure, and then in this case, those 80 homes up front, if they want that continued certainty for the next 5 years. And I think, as was mentioned, they don't have to do that if they don't want the certainty. The timeline of the project is going to be what it is, as I think Mr. O'Hare or Hearn, can't see your full name there, mentioned. But if they want the certainty of what we've approved, they will work hard to hit those milestones. Does that all sound accurate?
Yes, that is all accurate.
Okay. And I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
Okay, well, Councilmember Schaffer, I presume you want your seconds at a time here, so here you go.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one more question area that I was hoping to get answered, so I appreciate the time. This concerns the tolling provision, and this is within the contract on 2.2D tolling, and it references economic recession. I looked before I asked this just to make sure Mr. Front didn't have to point out to me again that I missed the definition. But looking at Exhibit C, economic recession was not a part of that. And so, what is the definition of economic recession that would be applied to this provision in the contract?
Councilmember Schaaf, I will ask Mr. Front to assist with this question as well.
So, Councilmember Schaaf, there isn't a clear definition of that. We have run into this on projects in the past where the tolling has come into effect. It was used on the North Park project that I can remember during the 2008 to 2011 recession period. But that's the only time that I can think of that tolling has been utilized on other agreements. So the expectation would be that it would be some sort of major event similar to that, where essentially development has stalled completely, not just in Broomfield, but in the Colorado market in general.
Great. Thank you for that, and especially that last little piece, which may answer my next question. So I mean, many people would agree that that we're in a current pandemic, and that there is an economic, crisis, an economic recession, an economic condition that is also in play. Would this current status of our economy be considered as an economic recession?
Councilmember Schaaf, I do not believe so. We have not seen a slowdown in any of our development permitting requests, other than some slowdown in the office interest and some commercial market, but we are seeing a strong indication of development interest in Broomfield, unless Mr. Front would like to clarify anything further.
Nope, it would have been exactly how I would have answered it.
Great, I appreciate that. Mayor, thank you again for the additional time.
Okay, Mr. Weedy, did you want to respond directly to the questions from Mr. Schaaf, or?
If you'd like to, Mr. Schaaf, in 2.2D, at the end of that tolling paragraph, it defines the economic recession as a period of at least 2 consecutive quarters of declining real gross national product or declining employment within the state of Colorado. And it shows where that would be reported.
Okay. Councilmember Lim.
This is a question for staff. I've heard the reasons now by the applicant for why they think they need the extension to the 5 and 10 years to the vested rights. That they just want certainty. The scale of, I would like the staff to comment on the scale of this project. They're saying They're saying they need to put in significant infrastructure. I've seen 1.5 years worth of development projects come forward. This doesn't seem extraordinary to me in scale of infrastructure. So I'm just curious if this seems typical for a developer in this size of project to ask for an extension from the 3 years vested rights.
Councilmember Lim, the significant scale of the development for this project is somewhat related to the improvements for Aspen Street, but also the drainage improvements, which are rather significant in this area, as well as the public parks that have been proposed. So those are more significant probably than some other potential residential projects. In terms of, I'm kind of lost on the second part of your question, if you could repeat it.
Do we have many developers ask for, of this scale, ask for 5 years and not just settle for the 3 years? When I'm taking into consideration the neighborhood concerns about the possibility that they will extend development due to their vested rights agreement.
Councilmember Lim, I've been with Broomfield for 15 years, and there haven't been a lot of residential focused developments of this particular scale. Trying to remember, I think Redleaf is probably similarly scaled, and that has a vested rights, again, probably because of the amount of infrastructure that was put in. Some of our other residential projects are in larger master plan communities, which would then also have the vested rights, like Anthem and Baseline. And I believe potentially even Great Western Park with Skystone. But I can't remember another project of this particular scale, other than Redleaf is probably the closest I can get to, and that also did have vested rights.
Okay. Have we had an agreement come before us with vested rights where we had the option where there were deed restricted properties included, and we would have had the option of including the deed restricted properties in the development milestones before?
Councilmember Lim, actually Redleaf also did have deed restricted units. It would take me just a moment to look up their vested rights agreement to verify that, but I can get that information for you.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Mr. O'Hara, did you want to specifically address Councilmember Lim?
I would, thank you. Councilmember Lim, there are 2 sections of the attainable units, and although it's not addressed in the vested rights, it is addressed by quantity of homes in the phases. And so we can't extend and get certificates of occupancy beyond a certain number of homes as we hit those trigger points in the milestones. And that's outlined in the SIA. So there are some of them in phase 1 and there are some of them in phase 3. I don't know for sure. I don't have it in front of me if there are any in phase 2, but there are both attainable units in phase 1 and phase 3, I believe.
Okay, then does our attorney agree that the developer is held to the SID with the phasing?
So, Carl?
Councilmember Lim, can you rephrase?
Yeah, the applicant just stated that the attainable units are part of the phasing. Is there any part of the phasing that is guaranteed as far as the city is concerned? Can the city hold the developer to the phasing of the project that is planned?
The phasing is market driven and is approximate. Where the city can hold the developer for the attainable housing is through the memorandum of understanding and through the subdivision improvement agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bertzetti, you wanted to respond?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I did want to correct that. I was able to look up Red Leaf actually did not have a vesting agreement. What it had was a PUD agreement, which was something done previously. We don't see those quite as much anymore, but it was a PUD agreement. It was not done by ordinance and it was not a vesting. So it was a different situation. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify that for the record.
Okay, Councilmember Groom, did you have additional questions? You had your hand up at one point.
It was answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're done with the council member questions. And so I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. There being no further comments, the public hearing before the city council is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2142. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2142 by title?
Ordinance number 2142, authorizing and approving a vested property rights agreement for Aspen Creek filing number 8 and designating the vested property rights agreement the Aspen Creek PUD plan amendment.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that ordinance number 2142 be adopted on second and final reading and ordered published by title.
Is there a Councilmember Tessier?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So we moved on to the motion and comments on the motion itself without going to comments, but I'll take this time to make my comments.
Well, no, I mean that's the purpose of this is to discuss it. So okay. We're right where you should be. So
awesome.
You feel free to make your comments.
I love to be where I'm supposed to be, so that's amazing. It's I would say with the public that called in tonight, it should be no surprise that that there were people that called in great numbers that were in opposition to this project. I did not vote in favor of this project, but the matter before us tonight is not going to necessarily change that plan or change that project. That project has been approved by council. So my hope is to improve this vesting rights agreement if it does move towards passing tonight. There were definitely some pieces that were in opposition to for many members of the public. And at the same point, there were elements that were expressed by council that council supported for this project. And I hope those elements are included in this vesting rights agreement so that we don't leave those out and that those are in the initial phase of this project. So one of those was the commercial element of this project. That was one in which there were council members that voiced support of this. That brings a positive revenue stream to the city. And so I would hope that council would support moving the commercial into that first 5 years of the vesting rights agreement. There was also strong support for the deed restricted housing. Again, that is not something that's necessarily stipulated in the vesting rights agreement. Again, I would hope that that is going to be included in that first 5 year term of the vesting rights agreement. Another piece was the residential units, and the various types of residential units. With those, for the vesting rights agreement, it only states that the 80 units must be completed in the first 5 units. With this development being 314 units in total for this development, I would assume and I would expect that many more than 80 units are going to be built, especially if a number of those are going to be those deed restricted units. So I would support moving that to a higher number than 80. And then lastly, I do believe that the Exhibit B should also include those pocket parks, as well as the council stipulated street light be included in that first 5 years, as well as those are, while the public parks won't be turned over to the city, those are public infrastructure for these residents that are going to be moved in, and those pocket parks need to be in place for those residents. So I would like to see that as well in there. I do think that the 2 5-year terms are in excess. It does sound like that the developer was saying that this project most likely will be completed in the 3 to 6 years. So, I'm at this point thinking that a 2 3-year terms would be a better match for this development as opposed to 2 5-year terms. So that's all the comments I have for this time. And I will prepare to bring back some amendments.
Well, I mean, now would be the time to bring your amendments if you want to, Councilmember Schaaf.
I don't have specific language for those amendments. I'm looking to see if my council colleagues are going to support those, and it could be that tonight we need to delay this matter in order to get those amendments written. But I'm willing to craft amendments on the fly,
so to speak. Okay, Councilmember Grunewald.
Certainly. I'm in the same boat with Councilmember Schaaf. I would like to, and we can definitely work on those real quick. Have an amendment on the commercial in the first 5 years. Also have an amendment increasing the number of residential units in those first 5 years. And then also modify the 2 phases to 3 years and 3 years. I'm not quite sure because I think I heard the developer say the deed restriction housing is there's some in phase 1 and some in phase 2 or phase 3. And he wasn't sure how many was in phase 2. So I'm not sure how many we could actually put in the first 3 or 5 years, whatever we make it, for those deed restricted housing. So maybe we write it, Councilmember Schaaf, to include deed restricted housing within the residential units as we define those as the 10% or whatever that percent is for this development. So I will take a slight break and come back, and maybe I will propose in the chat an amendment to see if we can work on that real quick. Councilmember Schaaf.
I'm not, Councilmember Grunewald, I'm not sure what that means. We're debating a motion and a second.
Well, I'm going to try to put together an amendment because I do support.
Well, like I said, I'm not real, well, we're debating a motion, and if you guys want to make an amendment, make an amendment. But at this point in time, we have a motion and a second in front of us, and so.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to make an amendment, and maybe legal can help me put it together to state that the terms would be 3 years and 3 years instead of the 5 and the 5.
Okay, Nancy, you want to?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Groom and Mayor. I think that gives us sufficient information to make the motion for the amendment and see that it's seconded and have a discussion.
Okay.
I am looking at testing agreement with staff right now. Thank you.
We'll start with that.
Okay, so there's a motion for an amendment to change the terms from 5 to 5 to 3 to 3 years. Is there a second? And I have other names up here, I'm not sure that, Anderson, were you willing to second that or?
Sure, I could second it. I was going to make comments, but I would second that.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend for 3 and 3, and it's been seconded. Any discussion on that amendment? And we're talking about the amendment. Councilmember Anderson, and the amendment is for the 3 and 3 as opposed to 5 and 5. You're muted, Councilmember Anderson.
Did we want to finish the discussion before we start the amendments? Or?
No, we don't. No, we're doing Robert's Rules of Orders.
Okay.
No, an amendment, Nancy's been explicit on this, that amendments are debated before the motion, and so we're going to debate. So I will come back and for those who didn't have a chance to speak, I will give you a chance to speak on the motion itself. Right now, I'm asking comments to be limited to the amendment to go to 3 and 3 years. Councilmember Lim, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, I support the amendment to change the terms to 3 and 3 years. I think given the considerations of the impact on the community, as Ms. Evans just stated in public comments from Pony Estates, the area has gone through an extensive period of construction with Dillon Road as it is for 2 years. I don't think they need to be subject to 10 years of dragging out 80 residences to the minimum, that they could just meet that minimum requirement over 5 years and drag this development out and subject the subdivision and the neighbors and surrounding the area to that drawn out process. I think the developer can meet those 3 year milestones. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on the amendment? Yeah, Councilmember Jezierski.
I have a question, for maybe our staff or for the applicant. Is the 3 years realistic to hit these milestones? Or is this Anna?
Councilmember Jezierski, I do think that it would be appropriate for the developer, if council would be interested in hearing from them, if they believe they can hit the milestones, the 80 units, and those public improvements within the first 3 years.
I think it would be difficult, Councilmember Jezierski. The reason we asked for 5 and 5 was because that's what we believe that we need. There seems to be a misconception that the development follows the vesting rights, and the development follows how long it takes. The vested rights just gives us protection. And so just because I have 10 years invested rights doesn't mean that this project is necessarily going to take 10 years. I hope it doesn't, to be honest with you, but that gives us all the protection for that 10-year term. Even if you change it to 3 and 3, this project could go 10, 15 years. It just depends on how long the development takes. And so the 2 5-year terms, the only thing that does is give everybody protection. It's not shortening the amount of time that I can develop the project in. That's going to take what it's going to take. The reason we asked for 5 and 5, because a typical project of that size or bigger than ours is multiple builders. We're building this entire project ourselves. And so if I have 10 builders building 300 lots, the pace is a lot quicker than if I have one builder building 300 lots. And so that's why we've extended it to 5 and 5, just to give ourselves a protection. The development is going to develop how fast it's going to develop. The vested rights has nothing to do with the pace. So I believe that the 5 and 5 is reasonable, and that's the reason that we asked for it. I would be concerned that we would be able to get it done in 3 and 3, and that really leaves some exposure. Thank you.
Could you comment also on the proposals for put in the parks as well as the commercial within that first 3 to 5 years?
I believe.
Point of order, Mayor. That's not germane to this amendment.
I'm
trying to hit everything at once.
Yeah. Well, let's debate the amendment and vote on it. Stan, I agree. We're on 3. Stan, it's gonna be you're muted. You're muted. Are you talking to us, Stan? You're muted.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just trying to be concise here. Councilmember Schaaf brought this up already. I'm just trying to get all the answers out at once.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but I do think we should limit our debate to the amendment, and then we'll come back if there's other amendments on the commercial. Nancy, I'll ask you. I mean, do you agree? Yeah, I'm trying to follow our attorney's instructions. And,
yes, I do, because we need to have individual votes on the amendments because they're in different provisions of the agreement.
Okay, so we're voting on the 3 and 3. Is there any other comments on the amendment for 3 and 3? I'm going to make a comment since nobody else is. I'm going to make a comment that that it's beyond my comprehension that the developer wouldn't want to get this done absolutely as quick as possible. Once again, having being a CPA with a background and doing a lot of spreadsheets of red return one of the bigger factors in the rate of return is how quickly you return the money, and they're going to want to get it done completely. There is a lot of infrastructure that's going to be done here, and somehow the three, going to 5 years, when you get the drainage, the 4.4 acre park, and all the, the curbs and all the stuff that need to occur, when, asking for going from 3 to 5 doesn't seem to be excessive, to me. I'll just make that comment. I don't know how the vote's going to turn out, but it's beyond my comprehension that whoever bought Wonderland doesn't want them to get these done sooner than later. So that's my comment. So we'll go ahead and we'll close out. We'll call the roll. And this is on the amendment to go from 5 to 5 to 3 to 3 on the vesting agreement.
Hinkle?
No.
Jezierski?
No.
Law Evans?
No.
Lim?
Yes.
Lindstedt?
No.
Schaaf?
Yes.
Tessier?
No.
Anderson?
Yes.
Castriata?
No.
Groom?
Yes.
So it fails 6 to 4. So we'll go back to debating the original resolution, unless there's other amendments that want to be entertained at this point in time. Councilmember Schaaf? All right, Councilmember Anderson, did you want to make I think Councilmember Schaaf wants to make an amendment because he's already spoken.
Yes, that is fine. I want to make comments on them.
Okay, Councilmember Schaaf?
Thank you, Mayor. So the next amendment that I would like to bring forward is the commercial lot is to be completed in the first 5-year term.
Okay, is that sufficient, Attorney Rogers?
I believe it is conceptually. We'll try to work on any clarifications we need as council discusses the amendment.
Okay, so let's go ahead and so is there a second? Is there a second? I've got 3 names up, but I'm not certain any of them are for the second unless it's Councilman.
This is Elizabeth Law Evans, second.
Okay, I'm sorry. So we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? And this is to require the commercial to be built within the first 5 years. Is there discussion? Noting no hands being raised, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Jezierski?
Yes.
Law Evans?
Yes.
Lim?
Yes.
Lindstedt?
Yes.
Schaaf?
Yes.
Tessier?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Castriata?
Yes.
Groom?
Yes.
Hinkle?
Yes.
It passes unanimously. So we'll move back again to the amended motion, or are there any other amendments that are going to be proposed? Councilmember Schaaf's hand was up first, so I'll go ahead and go there.
Thank you, Mayor. So the next amendment that I would like to bring forward is to increase the number of units from 80 to 180 units, and that would include all. Sorry, and that would include all deed restricted housing.
Could we have that repeated? I think there was an interruption and I missed it. Could you repeat that?
The amendment is to increase the number of 80 units to be completed to 180, which includes all deed restricted units within the first 5-year term.
Just one clarification, Mayor. That an increase to 150, 150.
Oh, I thought you said 180, 150.
That's all right.
Okay, Councilmember Grome, did you want to second that? I need a second for that amendment.
No, I did have a question.
Let me go back to, is there a second for the motion? Councilmember Lamb?
I second that.
Okay, now we'll go to a comment on the amendment, and this is on the amendment itself on the commercial. Councilmember Grome?
Yeah, I did have a question in regards to the deed restricted housing. That's all the deed restricted housing for the entire project, or just the deed restricted housing for the 150 units? If I can address Councilmember Shaft on that question.
Councilmember Shaft, do you hear the question?
I did. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that would be the all of the deed restricted units that were agreed to with the site development plan.
Okay, then my next question would be to the developer in regards to how with the phase 1 and phase 3 deed restricted housing, would you be able to build those out in the first 5 years?
No, being that the second group of them, and I apologize for not having the exact numbers, there is a group of them. It's approximately 50-50 as far as percentages. 50% of them are in that first phase, kind of right in the center there on the western portion. And then the last portion, or phase 3, up along Aspen Street has them. And so it's not, the way the development is phased also follows our infrastructure and how we're installing everything. So that phase 3 is the last phase that we're putting in. And so to ask for those in the first term of vesting is not appropriate.
Okay. So I guess my comment there is I'm not quite sure if our numbers would follow the phasing of the developer. So I'm in support of increasing the residential units, and I would also be in support of wording attached to the deed restricting housing to those 150 units. So I would be turning down this amendment, but know that I would be looking for that wording. Thank you very much.
So Councilmember Grome, let me clarify. What you're basically saying is that since it's 10%, that you would want the you'd want the 150 to be equivalent to the 15 deed restricted. Is that what you're suggesting?
The 150 units instead of all deed restricted units. I do think that the developer has them phased within phase 1 and phase 3.
Yeah.
So I don't think that all deed restricted units can be built within these 150 units that we're proposing for the first 5 years.
Okay.
So we would need to make reword that amendment wording for the deed restricted units.
Okay, so I have Councilmember Anderson for comments.
Thank you. Yes.
On the amendment.
Yes, this is the one. So I just want to note and make sure that I have this right. Of these 314 units, 148 units, I believe, were included in phase 1. And we were provided information earlier today that it was 15 affordable units in phase 1. And given that the developer hasn't, noted that it's a 3 to 6 year, they really want to get it done this 3 to 6 year development. If we are staying with the 5 and 5 year terms, I think it's very reasonable that phase 1 could be half of this development could be complete in those 5 years. So I'm not sure if there's a favorable amendment there to just include the entirety of phase 1, including the 148 units and the 15 affordable units. But I will I just wanted to note that I see that would be a completely reasonable ask. So thank you.
Councilmember Jezierski.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the developer's comments on the feasibility of the proposed amendment, and then maybe on the feasibility of what Councilmember Anderson just mentioned as a substitute.
Thank you, Councilmember Jazerski. Yes, I think the 150 in 5 years and half of those, and like I said, I apologize, I don't have the number, but whatever number of attainable units, I believe it's approximately half, are in that first phase. That would be something that I think would be acceptable. It's just the attainable units that are in phase 3 are going to be difficult for us to commit to getting those done before the first vesting term.
So just so I'm clear, what was proposed by Councilmember Anderson is feasible, it sounds like.
Yes.
Okay, I would support that.
Yeah, but we're talking about the amendment now as moved in.
I know, I'm just giving you my 2 cents.
No, I know, and I appreciate it. It was appropriate to make it at that time. But I just want to clarify for everybody, that is not the amendment that's in front of us. And so any other discussion on the amendment of 150 and 100% of the deed restricted units? Councilmember Schaaf? You're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate my fellow council members' comments on this amendment. I would like to withdraw the amendment and then allow Councilmember Anderson to make her amendment.
Can we do that, Nancy? Can he just withdraw it? Okay. And so, Councilmember Anderson, you want to make your motion for your amendment?
Sure. The amendment would be to include all of phase 1, which, and I think we should get clarification, quick from Ms. Bertonzetti, that phase 1 does include 148 units and 15 affordable units. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Anderson.
And when we're saying phase 1, that's a fair way to quantify this. If yes, then the amendment would be to for all of phase 1 to be completed in the first 5 years.
Okay, and is there a second? Councilmember Lim?
I second that amendment.
Okay, further discussion on the new amendment? Councilmember Schaaf?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think it's important that we include those numbers in there, the 148 units and the 15 deed restricted units. And I think it's important that we use the deed restricted units as opposed to affordable. We've heard many times with this development that there's numerous amounts of affordable housing within this development, but we're specifically talking about the deed restricted housing.
Yeah, and I think that's just a clarification.
Councilmember Anderson?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what Councilmember Anderson meant. Councilmember Anderson?
Yes, I would like to use to include the 148 and the 15 deed restricted units for clarification. That was appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other discussion on council on the amendment? Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't know if anyone else is having a hard time following this, but I find it a bit confusing to do all of these amendments on top of amendments on the fly with no preparation or no advance notice. So I just think we're really getting into the weeds here. And I need help figuring out what we're voting on because I'm confused.
Okay, so the current vote, the current vote is to have the phase 1 units of 148 total units and 15 deed restricted units to be completed in the first 5-year term of the of the vested agreement. So, and that's what's being proposed right now, as opposed to the 80 that was there before. So, any other questions or comments on the amendment? Councilmember Lim?
I support this amendment because, as was clarified by our questions, we've never had this opportunity before in a vested agreement to make certain that the deed restricted units are put forward or completed in a timely manner. So if they can be, I realize that it's market driven, but if we can make sure that this is expedited with having a milestone, a development milestone for this vested agreement of having at least 15 of these deed restricted units completed, then I think we should, as council, use our priorities and approve this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not noting any further discussion, so I'm going to have the clerk call the roll, and this is on the amendment to change the 80 in the first 5 years to 148 units with 15 deed restricted. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Well, Evans,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaaf,
Yes.
Tessier,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. So now I think we can move to the motion as amended. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to clarify one piece. So with the other 15, I guess it's 19, I believe it's a total of 34 deed restricted units. So there would be another 19 deed restricted units within this development. Is there any, I guess, incentive for the developer to complete those during those next 5 years of the vesting agreement, other than the potential for council to extend the vesting agreements at that point?
So well, let's put that to the lawyers. I see Councilmember Limbs, but so if I understand the question correctly, is can what are the, how can we assure ourselves that those other 19 units will be built? Does Carl want to answer that? Anna?
I could take a shot, Mayor. So that once the 5-year trigger on the vesting period has been hit, there is no assurance that, at least under the vesting agreement, they would be obligated under the approved memorandum of understanding and under the subdivision improvement agreement.
But in terms of timing, there isn't anything in here that other than that council provision to extend this. I was contemplating making, and I thank you for your answer, Mr. Front. I was contemplating making an amendment to stipulate that those 19 additional deed restricted units be done before council extends this beyond that 10-year mark, but I'm going to not go down that road. The last amendment that I do want to bring forward is that the Exhibit B also include the pocket parks and the council stipulated street light. Is that clear enough, Ms. Rogers?
Yes, I believe it is.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Schaaf, this is Councilmember Law Evans. I didn't understand what you said. Would you repeat that, please?
Mayor, is that okay?
Yeah, would you clarify what you mean by Exhibit B?
Of course. So within the first 5-year term, the developer must substantially complete the items listed in Exhibit B, which includes many of the public improvements. The two items that were not included on that Exhibit B public improvements were the pocket parks and the council stipulated street light that was added during the motion on this project.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilmember Lim?
I second that.
Okay, comments or discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Law Evans?
Councilmember Schaaf, if I may, when you say the street light, do you mean the stoplight?
The one you, the one that you had made a motion for, Councilmember Law Evans.
Right, but I misunderstood. I thought he said street light and I'm confused.
I think he means stoplight.
Very
Stoplight,
good.
yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you for the clarification.
Yes,
Good question.
Just checking.
Good. So is there any discussion on the Councilmember Lindstedt?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask the developer, is that feasible with the phasing? What does that mean for your long-term, financial plan here? I'm not 100% sure how this facilitates with your current plan.
Thank you, Councilmember Lindstedt. The pocket parks are set to be developed by phase for that particular segment. And so as we're completing the houses that are surrounding those pocket parks and muses, that's when we develop those parks. If we develop the parks before we develop the houses in those neighborhood, we have to do it twice. So we'll have to put the park in, it gets destroyed as we're developing the houses, and then we'll have to put the park in again. So the SIA, although it does not specify the pocket park specifically, those areas and the quantities of homes as we go along, we're not able to get COs unless all public improvements and landscaping is installed in those areas. And so that's how we would typically do it. As we go through the project, we would develop the parks as we develop the houses in those neighborhoods so that we don't have to do it twice.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess, Mayor, I would be okay with the traffic light, but I think we're getting way too in the weeds to be doing the pocket parks by amendment right now, the night of. So that's all I'll say.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Ms. Rogers. At least I thought there was email traffic today on the traffic light. That the traffic light, we have other ways to assure that traffic light gets installed. Did I see that email today?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and that response came from Carl, so I'm going to defer that to him, and you can repeat where the traffic light comes into play. Carl, thank you.
Yes, there is a provision in the subdivision improvement agreement that says that the traffic light will be installed at the sole cost of the developer.
Does it? I need to ask you. Does that include timing? Could they wait?
It did not include timing.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Weeda, did you want to address this specific issue?
No, man, I was trying to make sure I was addressing the motion, not the traffic light specifically, but the motion as far as the pocket parks and the question that Councilmember Lindstedt asked about feasibility.
I think Mr. O'Haron's already addressed the pocket parks adequately.
I just wanted to provide clarification that phases 1 and 2 are not all of the phases. We have a third phase. Okay. So if you'd like me to explain that further, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, go ahead, but quickly do it, please.
Yeah, just referring to the pocket parks, for example, if we're talking about all pocket parks, we're not talking about all the public infrastructure for the full site. There's 3 phases right now that are planned. Phases 1 and 2 are south of the ditch, and then phase 3 that's north. And so when we're talking about adding the commercial, for example, or adding the pocket parks, we need to be very clear that it's in phases 1 and 2, not in the third phase. Our intent is to go from south to north to limit those impacts on the neighbors rather than going north to south and being scattered. So the commercial is a little bit inconsistent, and so would having the pocket parks in the north.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Schaaf, I'm inclined to go to. I mean, you'd made the motion. Did you want to address the specific question because your hand was up first?
Yeah, in respect of Councilmember Lindstedt's comments, I would like to amend my amendment, if that's possible, to just include the stoplight and remove the pocket parks from that amendment.
Okay, who was the second? Was that Ms. Lim, or do you accept that amendment?
Yes, I second that. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to get clarification again because I thought that the commercial and half the attainable units were in phase 3 and only phases 1 and 2 are in the first 5 years. Can the developer clarify?
That's correct.
So does this make any sense then?
Well, but we're now going.
I'm saying no, it doesn't make sense. Okay. So
you were making a comment.
Can you please stop the madness and vote?
Okay.
Thanks.
Nevertheless, are there any other comments on the amendment to include the traffic light in the first 5 years? So we'll go ahead and call the question. Will the clerk please call the roll? Roll.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt, Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Tessier,
No.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
No.
Hinkle,
No.
Jaworski,
Talking just about the stoplight, is this correct, Mayor?
Yes.
Michelle, I think. Yes, okay. Yes is my vote.
Law Evans.
Yes.
It passes 7-3. Now I'm tempted to say that we're going to go back to the motion as amended and open up discussion again. I think Councilmember Schaaf had his comments before he made his amendment. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Lim? This is on the motion as amended.
Yes, on the motion as amendment, could I ask staff for clarification? So we have done 3 amendments to the vested rights agreement. The vested rights agreement, as I saw it in the memo, was already signed by the developer. So with these amendments, does staff have to go back to the developer to get a official signature, whatever, on the amendments in order for us to vote to approve it? Does that question make sense, or do I need to clarify that?
No, Councilmember Lim, that question makes sense. No, you do not need to wait on your vote. You do not need to wait for a signature from them to vote tonight. What will happen is staff will present the agreement as amended by council for the developer to sign and consider. And it's the developer's choice at that point if they want to sign the agreement.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just think this process, while it may be allowed, is very, it's very unfair. And I want to ask the developer, because they really are the ones that we're telling them what we want them to do, but we don't even know if they can do it. So I want to ask, are these amendments feasible?
Yeah. Well, the amendments have passed. The amendments have passed, and we're not going to open them up again. So.
But can I get an answer?
Councilor, Ms. Rogers.
Yes, sir. I think it could go to the ultimate question of if a council member wanted to support or not support this agreement.
Okay, Mr. O'Haron, you want to answer the question?
Thank you, Mayor. I would say that all of the amendments are feasible with the exception of the commercial in the first phase. The commercial sits in development in the last phase. And so that is one of the amendments that have been made and approved that are significantly problematic.
Thank you, Mr. O'Haron.
Councilmember Schaaf. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, it's still your floor.
No, I just wish we would have known. You know, this whole process is flawed.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just have one clarifying piece. So I had asked a question earlier that regarded the Exhibit B and asked about, regardless of phasing, will the developer need to complete a substantial amount of the public infrastructure in the development? And the answer was yes. What was left out of there was the idea that there is a third phase to this project and that the public infrastructure of that third phase is not a part of this vesting rights agreement. And I'm a little miffed at the lack of information there. Perhaps that's on me, but it seems like a good 50% of the public infrastructure isn't even tied to this vesting rights agreement. So at this point, I don't think I can support this this motion. Thank you.
Other discussion on the motion? Okay. I'll just specifically, I'll make a comment on the motion, the commercial part of the motion, because this is a convoluted process tonight. I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem, and but this is this, according to the comment Ms. Hoffman said to me, I guess that's where we are right now. And the applicant could come back to us, or they could come back to us, the next council or whatever, if the commercial is not feasible, and address that at that point in time, I assume. Is that correct, Ms. Rogers? We're, so anyway, will the clerk please call the roll?
Lindstedt,
Yes.
That was a yes? Okay. Sorry.
No.
Tessier,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski,
Yes.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lim,
No.
So the motion, as amended, 2142 as amended, passes 8-2. And we will now move on to the next agenda item, which is 4B, and that's public hearing and council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2138, amending the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding the development review process and planning and zoning commission. I will declare the public hearing open. We will follow the city standard public hearing procedures as previously outlined. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Anna Bertonzetti, Director of Planning. This is regarding the development review process changes and restructuring of the planning and zoning commission on the reading. So this should be a pretty quick one. Anna.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. If I could have the next slide, please. City Council has discussed public notice requirements, neighborhood meetings, the development review process over the course of the last year at multiple public meetings. Based on these conversations, we came away with these two findings out of all of those study sessions. Last August, the City Council took action regarding the first of these two key takeaways, and the proposed draft ordinance this evening that is being considered on second reading and has a public hearing this evening is intended to address the second key takeaway. Next slide, please. Ordinance 2138 would make modifications to Broomfield's development review process for some development review applications. It would allow decisions by the Planning and Zoning Commission, which would be called the Land Use Review Commission under the ordinance, subject to a call-up provision, to be able to make final decisions on some land use applications, including final plats, site development plans if they're less than 7 acres, amendments to previously approved development plans, uses by special review, but accepting oil and gas use by special review applications, as well as cell tower use by special review applications. Both of those would remain with a final decision by the City Council. Next slide, please. The staff memorandum provided this table in more detail with the links through this memorandum to the examples for different types of projects that are being considered for final decision by the Land Use Review Commission. Incorporating these changes as proposed with Ordinance 2138 could reduce the development review timelines by approximately 6 weeks for the qualifying projects. Reducing the development review process timeline would allow developers to move forward on desirable projects sooner and could reduce staff time spent preparing projects for each step in the development review process. Next slide, please. The draft ordinance includes a call-up provision regarding decisions that would be changed to a final decision by either the Land Use Review Commission or the city manager. The exact process is not included in the ordinance, but there is general information regarding the required timing and the minimum notification contents to be included with those notifications. The administration of the call-up was discussed by the City Council in detail at the study session in December, and it is included on this slide. There have not been any changes made since the December study session regarding the call-up provision. The exact method for notification and reminders are not included in the ordinance because this allows flexibility in the future should council desire to change that notification procedure. Next slide, please. As you can see in this general flowchart, council will still ultimately have final authority because they retain the ability to call up any decision by the Land Use Review Commission. Next slide, please. With the change in responsibilities for what had been the Planning and Zoning Commission and a significant increase in the number of cases reviewed by P&Z over the last few years, Ordinance 2138 includes bifurcation of the existing Planning and Zoning Commission into two separate boards. The existing P&Z serves to review land use applications, and it is also responsible for making final decisions regarding variances and appeals to the building and construction codes. To balance the needs to be responsible to requests for variances, which continue to increase each year, and to ensure additional time for thorough consideration of the development review applications, council could divide the duties of the current Planning and Zoning Commission into two boards. The first being the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment, which could hear variances and the appeals to the building and construction codes. And then the second would be the Land Use Review Commission, which would have the sole responsibility to review land development applications. And this would either be as in an advisory capacity or as a decision-making body, depending on the type of application. Next slide, please. The most immediate next step, if Ordinance 2138 were to be approved, would be the appointment and training for the two new boards. If you were to choose to go forward with this ordinance. The appointments, which are to be considered later this evening, are subject to the final review and approval of this ordinance. Staff is establishing the training plan for both of these boards. In addition to the scheduled training for later this month and for early in May, additional topic-focused study sessions are anticipated over the next few months with the boards. This is one of just many steps that are being taken this year and that began last year to help achieve council's goals and priorities regarding economic vitality. And this concludes staff's presentation.
We'll go to public comments next. If there is anybody who would like to be heard, please press *3. State your first and last name and neighborhood for the record. I'm not noting anybody in the queue for this particular subject. So I'll go to questions from city council members or next. Any questions from city council? Next is council's consideration. Council's consideration of ordinance number 2138. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2138 by title?
Sam, going to read the ordinance.
Does we need to close the hearing? Mayor, could you close the public hearing and then we'll have Sam read the title?
Okay. Again, I'm on page 7 of my script. Okay. Oh, there you go. There be no further comments. Thank you, Nancy. There be no further comments. The public hearing before the city council is closed. Sorry. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2138. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2138 by title?
Ordinance number 2138, amending certain sections of titles 2, 10, 12, 15, 16, and 17 of the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding the development review process and planning and zoning commission.
Councilmember Tessier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that ordinance number 2138 be adopted on second and final reading and ordered published in full.
Councilmember Lindstedt.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Councilmember Lindstedt, did you have a discussion?
I have an amendment, Mayor. Are we at that point in the case?
This would be the appointed time to make an amendment.
That's what I thought, Mayor. I appreciate it. I wanted to move that to the extent possible, each ward be represented by at least one member within the membership of the Land Use Review Commission.
Is there a second? Councilmember Tessier?
I'll second.
Okay, is there discussion on the amendment to have ward representation? Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Castriota?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I do support the intent of the amendment. I do think it's impossible because these are volunteer boards and we cannot guarantee applicants from every ward, such as in the case now. We don't have applicants in every ward. So I think there needs to be some flexibility for when we don't. Thanks.
Okay, boy, this is just going all over the place.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mayor. We did have these amendments in advance, so
Okay.
And I'll get the screen bigger so you can see them on your screen. This is the amendment that Councilmember Lindstedt was talking about.
Okay, to the extent possible, is that a well litigated legal term?
Yes, actually, it was put in specifically to not make it absolute.
Okay, so I lost, because my screen went all over the place, so I lost track of Mayor Pro Tem. You still have the floor. Were you done with your comments?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor. I'm
Okay,
glad
so
that's
then
in
I'll
there.
go to Councilmember Lim.
Okay, that was my question, is what was the definition of to the extent possible? I mean, more specifically is to the extent possible. I mean, if Mayor Pro Tem said, if we are not presented within the time frame of applications with applicants from each ward, does that fulfill to the extent possible? Or does that to the extent possible mean that we reopen the time frame for applications to get further applicants from each ward?
Councilmember Lim, I think that's a good question. It means the former, not the latter. It means that efforts will be made in our process to get ward representation, but there would be no requirement to reopen the process to meet this requirement.
Okay, thank you.
And I shouldn't even call it a requirement, to meet this goal. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And just one quick clarification as well. If there was only one applicant from a ward who was deemed to not be qualified to represent that ward, especially by that ward, the council members in that ward, that applicant would not, there is no requirement that that one applicant would be chosen, correct? That would count under qualified.
Yes, that's correct, Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, Councilmember Tessier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is just about, creating equity among the wards. And so when council members are taking a look at the appointments, to just use that as part of the criteria. But, clearly if the person does not rise with the qualifications, then of course we would not want to, to appoint them. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? I'll go ahead and ask the clerk to call the roll on the amendment as is shown on the screen.
Lindstedt?
Yes.
Schaaf?
Yes.
Tessier?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Castriota?
Yes.
Broom?
Yes.
Hinkle?
Yes.
Jezierski?
Yes.
Law Evans.
I think she may be off the call.
Okay.
So did it pass 9-0? I lost
Nope.
track.
I didn't vote.
Oh, yeah, Councilmember Lim. I mean,
Yes.
you missed one. Would you call for Council?
Lim?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. It passes 9-0. It passes unanimously, and so we'll go to the. We will go to the. Find my footing here. 2138 as amended. Will the clerk please call the roll? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Schaaf, did you want to?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. There was, I believe there was another amendment on the second slide. Is that correct, staff?
Yes, there is, Councilmember Schaaf. Give me a moment and I'll share my screen again.
Thank you.
And you should be seeing it now.
Okay, is somebody making a motion for this amendment?
Yes, Mayor, this was an amendment that I asked staff about. And so this is the language to amend. So I move to amend Broomfield Municipal Code section 16-16-090 to add, and et cetera, to add the following language to, whoa.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. To add the following language to the end of each identified sections. Once the City Council issues a decision, the decision shall not be effective until 15 calendar days after the date of the decision. No documents shall be recorded and no permits based on the decision shall be issued until after the 15-day period extended. So that's the amendment that I would bring forward. And the rationale for this is in our council rules and procedures, we have the option to bring forward a past amendment and reconsider that motion. Bring forward that motion again, or reconsider that motion. At this point, with the plans as they are, we would run out of time on that. So this extends that clock before those documents are signed, and it would give us the option to still reconsider that motion.
Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
Any discussion on this amendment? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaaf?
Yes.
Tessier?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Castriota?
Yes.
Groom?
Yes.
Hinkle?
Yes.
Jaworski?
Yes.
Lim?
Yes.
Did we call all 9 names on that?
I'm a yes.
Okay.
Called Schaaf. Lindstedt, sorry.
I'm a yes.
Lindstedt. My apologies, my thing's out of order.
You're good.
Okay. It passes unanimously. So we'll now go to the 2138 as amended twice. Is there any further discussion on the 2138 as amended? I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Tessier?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Castriota?
Yes.
Groom?
Yes.
Hinkle?
Yes.
Jaworski?
Yes.
Lim?
Yes.
Lindstedt?
Yes.
Schaaf?
Yes.
It passes unanimously. I'm going to go ahead, before we go to the voting on the 2 approved committees. I'm going to go ahead and call for a 10-minute break. Let's go ahead and reconvene at 8:15.
The Access Live event is in music hold.
Okay, go ahead and take us up. Music hold, please.
Music hold ended.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are now going to, we just approved positions for the Land Use Review Commission and Neighborhood Board of Adjustments. So we're going to do the appointments right now. So Mayor Pro Tem Castrata will help facilitate this portion of the agenda this evening. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank all the citizens who took the time to apply and interview for a position on these newly created boards. The fact that we have so many interested and qualified citizens is what makes Broomfield a great place to live. If you applied and are not selected, I encourage you to apply again next year, as even calendar years are the main recruitment periods. Additional vacancies will be open, as well as opportunities for other boards and commissions. Before we get started, we would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the contributions from the Planning and Zoning Commissioners. We are grateful for your time and service over these years. For this evening, the procedures regarding the election process to fill the positions on boards and commissions are set forth in Section 6.1 of Council's Procedures and Rules of Order. In accordance with these procedures, the process tonight will be as follows. Nominees will be identified for each position. If the number of nominees does not exceed the number of vacancies, Council will proceed directly with a motion to appoint. If the number of nominees exceeds the number of vacancies, Council will proceed to vote using our electronic voting system. Results of each round will be electronically presented. Following completion of the electronic balloting, a motion to appoint candidates by name will be necessary. I'll ask our acting city and county clerk, Danae Brouillard, if she has any additional information she would like to provide.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Danae Brouillard, acting city and county clerk. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that wonderful summary of the process. I just wanted to remind council that the voting links were sent out about 6:30, so hopefully they're somewhere at the top of your inbox. If you want to go ahead and open that email now so that you have the links ready when we're ready to start voting. We will start with the Land Use Review Commission first and then move on to the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment. Additionally, the master sheet that was provided in the memo, we went ahead and just added the ward numbers for the applicants based on the amendment that was just passed at the prior, during the previous item, so that they're there for quick reference if you just want to see them in a visual form. So hopefully that will help as well. And then finally tonight we have Kateria Beta, the IT director. And then we don't have Pat Gilbert tonight. Instead, we have Christina Pena-Helm from the attorney's office to assist us. So we'll be working together to get through the voting process. And otherwise, that concludes the staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Brouillard. We'll now proceed with public comments. And I'm not noting any on the CRL site, so we'll move forward. Is there anyone on council that would like to comment? Councilmember Schaaf.
I guess I just wanted to clarify, are we taking nominations now or are we waiting until comments are done?
We're getting to that. You'll hear my cue. I muted myself, sorry. We will consider the appointments this evening, starting with the Land Use Review Commission. Before we proceed with appointments, last year council decided to nominate the entire slate of applicants for all the boards and commissions at the beginning. Would anyone on council like to make those nominations? Councilmember Schaaf.
Oh man, I jumped the gun. I would like to nominate all those that applied for the Land Use Review Commission for a 3-year term.
Thank you. The appointments to be considered are, there's 8 total. There's 4 members for 3-year terms, 3 members for 1-year terms, and 1 alternate member for a 1-year term. We'll now start with council's appointments of 4 members to serve 3-year terms on the Land Use Review Commission. So I guess we're going to vote now, right?
Quick question.
Yes, Councilmember Jaworski.
Thank you. Was the nomination for just those that applied, that submitted preference for the 3-year term? I thought were those preferences, or was that actual applications for a 3-year term? I guess my question is, should everybody who applied for the boards and commission be included as an applicant, whether they preferred 3 or 1?
Councilmember Jazerski, thank you for that question. We were just getting ready to clarify. In the past, council has made a slate nomination for all of the applicants to be considered so that we don't have to do nominations before each vote. So Councilmember Schaaf, I guess I would just take the moment to clarify, did you want to nominate the whole slate of applicants or just those specific?
Yeah, I guess my intention was to nominate all the applicants that applied for the Land Use Review Commission, just to make it easy.
Great, thank you for clarifying.
So I will ask Ms. Pena-Helm, are we ready to start voting on the first 4 for the 3-year term?
Yes, we are.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. This is Kashari Aveda, Land Use Director. Please go to the link for the 3-year term Land Use Review Commission vote, and the vote is now open.
I'm sorry, do I just open the link from the email itself? Is that what I heard? Because mine's not working.
Are you getting a specific error message?
Well, now I just closed it. So I went to the email, I clicked on the link. Oh, now the names popped up. Maybe I clicked it too soon. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm a little confused here. Do we have a way to annotate if people applied just for a 1-year term or not? If we're doing the 3 years first, I don't see that in the voting here. But I mean, I guess I can go back and look. It just might take me a second.
Councilmember Lindstedt, that's a great question. The only way to see that would be through your dashboard.
Great. I'm gonna have to. I have them all written out here, but I'm gonna have to figure out who was who because I didn't include that on my list. So give me just a minute.
The dashboard does make it easy if you can access that because it tells you.
Voting is now closed.
There are 4 candidates that got the requisite number of votes during this first round. Those candidates are Earl Franz, Eric Lind, Jennifer Mickelson, and Kimberly Williford.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, is there a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move that Earl Franz, Eric Lind, Jennifer Mickelson, and Kimberly Williford be appointed to the Land Use Review Commission for 3-year terms or until a successor is appointed as of the effective date of the position.
Is there a second? Councilmember Tessier.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Tessier,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriota,
Yes.
Groom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski,
Yes.
Law Evans, Lynn,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaff.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. So Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Next is council's appointment of 3 members to serve 1-year terms on the Land Use Review Commission.
And the voting is now open for the 1-year term of the Land Use Review Commission. And the vote is closed.
We have 3 candidates with the requisite number of votes. That's Jake Carias, Molly Goodenough, and Shuli Steele.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, is there a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I nominate Jake Carias, Molly Goodenough, and Shuli Steele to be appointed as, I moved forward, sorry, appointed to the Land Use Review Commission for 1-year terms or until a successor is appointed as of the effective date of the position.
Councilmember Tessier,
Second.
any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriota,
Yes.
Groom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Tessier.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Next is council's appointment of 1 alternate member to serve a 1-year term on the Land Use Review Commission.
Please use the same link for the 1-year term Land Use Review Commission. Just refresh the screen to vote for the 1 alternate member. And the voting is open. Refresh, please. We are waiting for one more vote.
It's not working on my end. This is the 3-year Neighborhood Board of Adjustment, correct?
No, this is the 1-year term for an alternate member for the Land Use Review Commission.
I'm sorry.
And the voting is now closed.
Candidate received the requisite number of votes, and so we dropped all candidates that received 0 votes, and we will go to We'll go to a next election. We just need a little bit of time to update the link.
So we're going to have a runoff, and you are going to wait till you get it reset, correct? Okay.
Yes.
And the vote is now open for the 1-year alternate term for the Land Use Review Commission. Please refresh your screen. Voting is now closed.
We did not get a requisite number of votes. We are dropping the lowest, the candidates that got the lowest votes, and we will refresh the link.
Okay, the voting is open for the one-year alternate term for the Land Use Review Commission. Please refresh your screen to vote. Voting is now closed.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. There were 2 members who were on that list that are already appointed to other boards and commissions. And I thought we had a pretty good, solid rule that we weren't going to appoint members to more than one board or commission.
Did we make that a formal rule?
I believe the last council may have.
I'll second that. I know we've had that discussion in the past.
So not knowing who the 2 members are, I guess the question comes down. So I guess we would give them the option to resign from the other committees, or.
Because then we'd have to appoint someone else if they chose this committee versus the last ones that we were appointed to. So I think it's Alan Orman and Feineman. They were already appointed. He was appointed to Public Art, and Alan was appointed to a different board.
Ms. Rogers?
We don't believe, Mr. Mayor, that there is a requirement that a person only serve on one board. There was discussions, but I'm looking at the council rules right now. It's not in 6.1 of the council rules that addresses boards and commissions.
It should be.
Give us a moment then.
Well, I'm not saying that it is there. I'm just saying it should be there. If it's not there, that was a mistake by somebody.
Okay.
And I understand you weren't here.
Councilmember Jazerski, we did capture that when we did this on March 9th, and staff is working on setting a date and preparing a study session around those different items in addition to the other housekeeping items that were missed for boards and commissions. So we will work on formalizing that.
I'm just saying it was discussed a couple of years ago, so it's a little irritating that this is not in the rules. It's not whoever's present here's fault, I guess, but this should have been in there from a discussion from previous years.
But my understanding of what I'm hearing from the legal staff is that it is not in the rules at this point in time, and it's scheduled for a study session for the rules to be amended in May.
The date hasn't been scheduled yet. I think it's a little later in the summer, Mayor, but yes, we're working on preparing that so that we can formalize it and make sure that it is captured, not just for who's in the room.
Okay, so
Yeah, we had that conversation again for boards and commissions. That the language that we were going to put in there was only one. A resident could only serve on one board at a time, but it hadn't been codified. Maybe it was in practice. Yeah.
So my comment would be that we voted and the rule was not in place, and so I think we leave the vote in place and discuss it later. Do we, Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I think that when it is codified, it needs to be part of the application process. We shouldn't be, allowing people to apply if they're not going to be qualified to serve. So the process needs to start in the recruitment phase, not now. I mean, you've already had taken their application and solicited an interview. So I think that the timing is not good for this. We should have clarified that before.
Well, once again, I'm going to look to Ms. Rogers for guidance here because we seem to be covering everything we can tonight. We've had 2 votes, and the 2 people we're talking about were voted in, and there is no. I mean, so I think we need to proceed with that. That they are on those committees.
I mean,
are you guys? Yeah. You know, I really do think you may need to share this with the public. I mean, I don't think it's appropriate for you to.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your patience. What we're talking about here is this can be a consideration in council members' votes for these applicants. So what we'd like to do is redo that vote. And I think the names were already said. We could repeat those names, and council members can take that into consideration in their vote.
Redo the vote for the alternate.
Well, we're talking about which vote. I'm not. I don't have the screen in front of me. Last time I did, I don't know who we're voting on. So I'm at a disadvantage here. Who are the 2 people that are on other boards, and what did they get elected to? Which terms?
we're pulling it up right now, Mayor.
And once again, I mean, you know, I don't have a screen that shows who's up. I'll go ahead and call on Councilmember Crum while we have a lull here.
Thank you. I do want to express, I do remember that we identified it wasn't set in our records, and we are going to make that modification. I think this is a loophole, as Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Castrata mentioned, that we have let these people apply and go through the efforts of the application. So I think, you know, we're looking at a 1-year term as an alternate, right?
Is that all we're talking about? I mean,
yeah, so we're looking for
the alternate only.
Alternate, and I do really want this in our records. That makes me feel better. And I think that it was unfortunate that we didn't really identify this at the very beginning. So I thank Councilmember Tessier for bringing it up. Yeah. But I do want to point it out. I feel bad that they went through the effort to apply and we accepted it, and we didn't force it at the very beginning. So hopefully we can move fairly quickly on getting this locked and loaded in our ways of working, so we don't run into this again.
Let me clarify. Yeah, let me clarify then, because I have no clue. The 2 people that we're talking about are the ones remaining for alternate. So we have not approved them to the 3 or 4 2 or 1-year term.
Mayor, if I may, so we just finished another round of votes for the 1-year alternate. It was brought to our attention that Alan Orman and David Feineman, they were appointed to the Public Art Committee in March. We are ready for the next round of voting for the 1-year alternate position, and one of those individuals did drop off in the vote. So now council could take that into consideration, knowing that information, when they vote for the 1-year alternate position in this next round.
So what name are they going to see on their ballot when they hit refresh?
Absolutely. Go ahead. The 2 candidates that will be on the next runoff vote is Alan Orman and Henry Weiss.
So Alan Orman and Henry Weiss will be on the next ballot for the 1-year alternate position. And just a reminder that Alan was appointed to the Public Art Committee.
Okay. Okay. Are you ready to have the vote then?
Yes. Yes, sir. The vote is open. The voting is now closed.
Henry Weiss did get the requisite number of votes for the alternate position.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Henry Weiss be appointed as an alternate member to the Land Use Review Commission for a one-year term or until a successor is appointed as of the effective date of the position.
Councilmember Tessier.
Second.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Castriota,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezierski,
Yes.
Law Evans. Oh, sorry. Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Tessier,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Next and last is the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment. There are 8 appointments to be considered, 4 members for 3-year term, 3 members for 1-year term, and 1 alternate member for 1-year term. So let the voting begin for the 4 members for the 3-year term for the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment.
It's Mayor Pro Tem. I wanted to clarify, in the last slate nomination, it was specifically for the Land Use Review Commission. So another nomination would be needed for this Neighborhood Board of Adjustment.
Okay.
Councilmember Lim.
We had a lot of applicants apply for both the Land Use Review Board and the Neighborhood Board. So would it be possible for a nomination to be that those who were not appointed to the Land Use Review Board would be nominated to the Neighborhood Board consideration?
Yes. So,
Okay, so that's if I'm making the nomination, then I would want to nominate that those applicants who applied for the Neighborhood Board who were not previously just appointed to the Land Use Review Board.
We don't need a second for that.
Councilmember Lim, so we talked a little bit about that today, and Anna can certainly weigh in on that. The skill sets that were identified for the 2 different boards were different. The time commitment for the 2 different boards is different. And given that we haven't, just want to make sure that if some of these folks that didn't get on the land use board would be open and willing to serve on the Neighborhood Adjustment Board. We did not have check all of the boxes that you would be interested in. Again, it was a very 2 different recruiting processes from background and skill set. Just council needs to take that under advisement, and then we'd have to circle back with the folks if you put them on to make sure that they would be interested in that other board.
I don't think that's the nomination I was making. I thought I was nominating all of the applicants who applied for the neighborhood board, minus those who were just appointed to the land use review board.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you for that clarification. That's exactly that. We're looking at it right now.
Sorry if that wasn't clear.
First, Councilmember Tessier had her hand up.
Thank you. Just minus the other two that were already appointed previously, right? So don't want to make that mistake. Thank you.
Councilmember Jazerski.
Yeah, that was my point. I would minus anyone who's already been appointed to another board or commission.
Never mind.
So Ms. Abeyta, just let us know when we're ready to vote on the first 4 for the 3-year term.
And Mayor Pro Tem, the voting is now open for 4 members of the 3-year term for the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment. Voting is now closed.
We had 4 candidates that got the requisite number of votes. They are, for the 3-year term, they are Carol Hertel, David Nelson, Michael Freed, and Thomas Orlando.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm switching screens voting too, so excuse me. So I move that Carol Hertel, David Nelson, Michael Freed, and Thomas Orlando be appointed to the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment for 3-year terms or until a successor is appointed as of the effective date of the position.
Councilmember Tessier.
Second.
Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Go ahead. Groom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jazerski,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Tessier,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Next is council's appointment of 3 members to serve 1-year terms on the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment.
The vote is now open for the 1-year term, 3-member vacancies for the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment.
Mr. Mayor, this is
Yeah.
Councilmember Chef. I'm seeing that Kimberly Williford is on that list. And didn't we appoint her to the land use review committee for a 4-year term or for a 3-year term as one of the 4 members? Did I
So
write
she
that
should be
down wrong?
removed. She should be removed.
Was
Thank
Henry Weiss also appointed just recently as the alternate? And I believe it, Larry Hardaway is on the cemetery committee.
We'll redo the vote. Hold on for just 1 second.
Are we going to redo the first vote or this vote? Just this vote.
I have to
Just
interject
the-
here. We did not stop these people from applying. We allowed them to apply and record interviews and start the process. For us to exclude people based on an unwritten rule or agreement at this point truly isn't right.
Okay, now, if I understand correctly, the nominations made by Councilmember Lim were for the people that are on the list, but excluded the ones who had already been elected to land use. And so I think that's the question right now. If I understand correctly, because once again, I don't have the list in front of me, so
That's correct, but Mr. Hardaway was not on the other board.
Okay, so you agree that we'll take the 2 off and we'll just note the 3rd one like we did before. Are we in agreement on
Mayor
that?
Pro Tem.
Are we in agreement on that? That will eliminate the 2 people on the list that were appointed to the Land Use Review Commission and only note the one that is on another committee.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, when we opened the second round, we had originally removed them based on the nomination, and with the new link, it just did not get updated. So we will remove them and then reset the link and ask you to revote. Give us just 1 second.
And we'll note the one person will stay on the ballot, and we'll note that he's on another committee.
Correct.
Okay.
Point of order, Mayor. So with regard to that, maybe this isn't a good point of order, but I'm going to speak anyway, and you can shut me down. At this point, if we're leaving Larry Hardman on there, I would like to make sure that we include Alan Orman as well as David Feineman. They did apply, they did interview. Their applicants. I thought that they were included in that nomination list, but somehow they were removed. At this point, I would like to nominate them and to include them on the list.
Well, I mean, but I think it's too. I mean, I'm going to go back to this. Is a weird night. We've already voted on the 3-year terms. They were not on that list, and I don't know how we then. I suppose we can. Once again, I'm going to ask, Nancy for guidance, but the intent, the nominations did not include those 2. And nominations have been closed since we had the vote.
Actually, we asked for additional nominations at each stage. And
I'm not sure if those 2 actually applied for both or if it was just for the land use. So we need to be mindful of that as well.
So we have a nomination of the 2 people being added to this one.
Councilmember Schaaf, can we just clarify? What I heard was that you wanted to add an additional nomination for Alan Orman as well as David Feineman for the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment, even though they did not apply for the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment.
That is correct.
Okay. We will add them then for this round of voting. Give us just 1 second, please.
Can you clarify, they did not apply for this position? We're going to add them on anyways?
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Okay, the voting is open for 3 members for the 1-year term of the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment.
And this ballot will include the 2 additional nominations of Alan Orman and David Feineman from Councilmember Schaaf.
Voting is now closed.
We had 3 candidates that got the requisite number of votes for the 1-year term. They are Kurt Ofog Johansson, Joan Taylor, and Larry Hardawin.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Switching back, I move that a lot of screens. I move that Kurt Opog Johansson, Joan Taylor, and Larry Hardawin be appointed as to the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment for 1-year terms or until a successor is appointed as of the effective date of the position.
Councilmember Tessier, you want to make the second? Or Councilmember Schaaf?
Second.
Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Start again.
Tinkle?
Yes.
Kuczynski?
Yes.
Law Evans? Sorry, Lim?
Yes.
Lindstedt?
Yes.
Schaaf?
Yes.
Tessier?
With much reservation, yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Castriata?
Yes.
Broom?
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Next is council's appointment of 1 alternate member to serve a 1-year term on the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment.
Okay, please refresh your screen for the 1-year alternate member for the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment. The voting is now closed.
There will be a runoff between the 2 candidates with the highest votes in the last round, and those 2 candidates are Charles Hastings and Alan Orman.
Is it time to vote, or are you resetting the ballot?
We're resetting the link.
Okay, the vote is now open for the alternate member for the one-year term for the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment. Please refresh your screen. And voting is now closed.
The candidate that got the requisite number of votes is Alan Orman.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Alan Orman be appointed as an alternate member to the Neighborhood Board of Adjustment for a one-year term or until a successor is appointed as of the effective date of the position.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Second.
Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Jaworski,
Sharon previously mentioned a very reluctant yes.
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaaf,
Yes.
Tessier,
No.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle.
Yes.
So it passes 8-1. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you again to everyone that applied. The clerk's office will reach out to all applicants with an update and next steps. Mayor, I'll pass it back over to you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's go ahead and move on to the update for COVID-19. A lot's going on. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jason Balling, Director of Public Health, will reiterate and summarize what the COVID update meeting was yesterday. Jason?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Hoffman and Mayor and council members. We're at this place, both as a nation in Colorado and in the metro area, where it's a race between vaccinating our population and seeing the growth of the variants, specifically the B.1.1 variant, which is more transmissible and can lead to more severe outcomes. Based on that, the Colorado School of Public Health modeling team has found that delaying policy changes until mid-May will prevent large number of hospitalizations and deaths. Last week, the governor and CDPHE updated the mask order. It was extended through May 2nd. And they've also announced they're going to devolve the dial to local counties on April 16th. Most of our, or I should say all of our metro health departments in the region have passed indoor mask orders in the last few days. And specifically, this is to address a concern in the amended state mask order that says masks are only required in settings where there's 10 or more people. So the assumption is if you have 10 or less individuals that are either vaccinated or unvaccinated, they don't have to wear masks. And that's concerning to us from three perspectives. One is potential transmission that can occur that way. Secondly, it could become an enforcement issue because the business has to assume or verify if a person is vaccinated, and they say to err on the side that they're not vaccinated. And lastly, just the fact that most of our residents are already aware and familiar with the current mask order. So with that, the Metro directors have also been looking at how can we propose a reasonable and practical approach to step down from the dial. So obviously where we're at right now, it's concerning to move from level yellow to completely open. And what we're proposing is that all counties in the Denver metro region would be eligible to move one level down to either level blue or green on April 16th, depending on what their status is at that point in time. What we do is stay in that place and not move around for 30 days. And then a county may decide if they want to move to level clear or if they want to continue to go through the step down process and move to level green. As I mentioned before, we are hearing from the state that we anticipate 69% of our population in the state will have received at least one dose of the vaccine by May 21st. So I think we'll be in a much better place in Broomfield at that point in time. Given all of that, my recommendation is for consistency purposes, we issue a local indoor mask order, and we also issue a local dial order in alignment with the region, and that we bring it to the Board of Health for consideration on April 13th. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
We'll go to public comments. If there's any member of the public that would like to be heard on this agenda item on the COVID update, hit star 3. I'm not seeing anybody on it, so we'll go to council member questions next. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I support the extension of the local mask order and the dial step down that the region is adopting. Is it possible that the public health director would just issue these orders, or does it have to come before council on April 13th?
It is my understanding that I do have the authority to issue the order. But again, I would like for council's direction on that.
So we could give him direction tonight to issue the order without coming to the public health board, just to make that clear.
Yes.
Okay, then I would like to support the idea that the public health director would just make that order extension.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. I would like to add my support to our public health director's recommendation, as we have done throughout this process, and it has served Broomfield
well. Okay. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I will repeat the support that I gave during the COVID update yesterday, that well, you know, we have a lot of people who do want to get vaccinated. There's still quite a, it's still difficult to get that appointment. And I believe that we really need to keep the mask mandate in place for that reason as well. So I do support allowing our director to make that, to increase the mask ordinance. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other, Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to add my support to our incredible public health director. I have full faith in his ability, and you know, Broomfield's done a great job thus far, so I don't see any reason to change course now.
Councilmember Groom.
Yeah, sorry. Of course, the one COVID that I miss this season or this entire time is last Monday's meeting. So I am not prepared to support this discussion right now. I read through it. I didn't realize that we were going to have this discussion in regards to masks tonight. So I will have some more questions and have to get back to it. Why wouldn't we have this discussion on the 13th? Why are we having the mask to support the public health directive tonight? Why wouldn't we have this on the 13th? Just to see
Jason,
one
do
more
you want
of information.
Perhaps, Jason, can you discuss the gap for us?
Yeah. As I mentioned before, the mask order that the governor amended, there's a gap from when he amended it to on April 3rd to us waiting until April 13th. And so we would be operating under the state mask order, which we have been for 3 days at this point in time, but it would be able to get us in alignment with the other metro health departments more quickly.
But he extended it to May?
Correct. With those.
To May what?
Or modified it.
He modified it with the amendments that I talked about, which I could, they're included in the presentation if you go to slides 9, 10, and 11, Councilmember Grimm.
Okay, so again, just give me the date that he extended it to.
He extended it to May 2nd.
May 2nd. So you need to make an order by April 13th in order to fill what gap?
The gap is if we want to have a indoor mask order with no exceptions, similar to what the state had before, we would issue it now instead of waiting until the 13th if we didn't want to have that delay, and that we would be following the state current amended order to the 13th and then issuing an order after that. That's the dilemma.
Okay.
Councilmember Jezierski. You're muted.
Got it. Thank you. Got it. I'm a bit confused too. I definitely wasn't ready for a discussion like this, so we're just going to get a quick update. What would the extension go until, Jason?
Till May 16th.
Yes, we'd issue it until May 16th.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me add some comments that, because the Metro mayors met on this today with all the, I think every one of the public health directors in the Metro area was on that call. I mean, basically what's happening right now is that, I'll give it from my point of view, that the governor is dropping the statewide orders except for masks, and he's modified the mask order, and he's going to the public discretion on April 16th. I personally believe that we need to act in conjunction with our neighbors in the metro area. The government, and all the public health groups, I think, are going to adopt this amendment. And so we're not taking a unilateral decision here. I mean, my instructions to Jason would be that, and I think we've talked 2 or 3 times about it because of the metro mayors, is that Jason be authorized to adopt the rules that the region adopts. So if Denver and Jefferson and Tri-Counties and Boulder all adopt this mask order that for less than 10 people, then Broomfield, I don't think, wants to be on its own. And us debating that next week, I mean, it's obvious we could debate it for 2 hours next week if we wanted to, but I think what we're really saying to Jason is if the rest of the metro area works in that area, give him the authority to go ahead and make that decision. I mean, that's the way I view it. And it's really in a narrow area right here. It's in the mask order under 10, right, Jason?
The mask order under 10, and then the step down order as well.
Yeah, the step down order. And so we would keep the dial. I mean, it was pretty unanimous among the health directors that they want to keep the dial till May 16th. I mean, that's what you're really saying. Yes, all the public health directors want to keep the dial till May 16th. The governor is going to get rid of the dial on April 16th. Jason?
We would just step down again.
Right.
To one other level, see how it goes for that 1 month period of time. And then if we anticipate we go with vaccinations the way it's going to go, we'd be able to go to level clear, or we could reassess at that point in time.
So I heard a couple reservations of people, because obviously this is caught people by surprise if you weren't or couldn't be in the meeting yesterday. But the question comes down to whether Jason would have the authority to in essence, pass the rules for us to keep in sync with the rest of the metro area, you know, and or do we want that to come back to city council because we might want to do something different than the metro area? So Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I was just going to ask if we need to vote.
Well, I'm trying to get, you know, I mean, I guess I'll leave it here. I just, CRL. Thank you.
Can I call for a vote?
Yeah,
We could do an unofficial vote, Mayor. What we're looking for tonight is direction to
Right.
Jason on 2 issues, the mask order and the public health order. Either
Right.
he can move forward, he can bring it back.
in the question, so I mean, I don't know, can we do a show of hands, attorney, you know, but whether we want him to move forward or we want to be brought back? And I guess I'll ask, I guess what I'll ask is council, do you want to, you know, Sharon, our Councilmember, presumably because you want to give him the authority to make the, okay, so then I'll ask that show of thumbs. Do you want to give him authority to make that decision? I'm seeing enough thumbs that he has that direction. So,
Can I ask a question, Mayor?
yes.
I mean, not that I'm totally against this, but just procedurally, I'm not sure this is entirely fair. We've had a lot of discussions in the past about making sure things are properly noticed, and this wasn't noticed as any kind of a vote or a show of hands. This was only noticed as an informational COVID update. So, I mean, again, I'm not really against this, but just procedural, and I think some folks, some of my colleagues who make a big deal of this in the past would have to agree that this wasn't properly noticed for any type of a vote. So just trying to keep things on an even playing field.
Councilmember Jaworski, that point's well taken, and I think procedurally, Mr. Velling has the authority already to do this without council's direction on his own. So I think council can limit that to some extent if they want and request that he comes back later. But I understand what you're saying about it not being noticed.
I mean, we're taking a vote. I mean, ultimately, you want to call it direction or whatever. It's a vote, and I know there are colleagues on here right now that would agree to this in other matters. So, call it what you want. A rose is a rose.
Councilmember Gurley.
I definitely support that. I definitely support that discussion. It really is out of sequence of how we've handled COVID discussions since it started. And that's why I was a little confused. I read the information. What I didn't get out of the information tonight is what we would be voting on. So I'm sorry I missed the COVID discussion, but as far as the readings went, I didn't get that out of it. So if I asked the question, why tonight versus why not the 13th if it expires on the 16th? Is that the dates? So again, I understand he has the authority, but that is a little different than how we've handled these things in the past.
Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm, hearing both sides, and I can understand on what's expected. I do believe on the slides that Jason was pretty clear on, hey, we're seeking guidance on, whether we want to move forward with Jason doing the mask order or not. I believe that was on the slides yesterday. And whether or not we take time to discuss seeking guidance or give a quick thumbs up or not, I think it's just a matter of efficiency or not. I don't think it's a matter of surprising anyone, but I do support, Jason's guidance on this and appreciate your work. Thank you.
And I appreciate, I do appreciate Councilmember Jaworski's point because we have voted on this, but we really do need to move on. And we've got to make it to the executive session, and I don't think we're going to make it past 11. And so, I mean, we're talking about minor adjustments. I suppose if council wanted, they could call up the public health order and change it as a public health board next week. But I highly recommend we move on because we have still a fair amount of left in the attorney needs direction on the bankruptcy with extraction. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to 6.
So Mayor,
No.
just from.
Oh, we need to do the legislative update. Yes, go ahead, Jennifer.
Just staff clarification then so Jason's going to go ahead and issue the extension order?
That's what I saw from council, that there were.
Just want to be sure.
Yeah, and I'm still seeing people nodding their heads, and they're saying there's a couple of objections, and I'm seeing enough so. And my comment goes back down to that whatever we do, we need to do in conjunction with the rest of the metro area. And so let's move on to the legislative update. Ms. Hoffman, is there an update this evening?
Thank you. Yes, Danae?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Danae Brilliard, City Manager's Office. Today was the 53rd legislative day of the 120-day session, and as of today, 523 bills have been introduced. Staff wanted to take an opportunity to provide a brief update on bills we are monitoring based on council priorities, the 2021 approved legislative policy statements, and membership organizations. Before we get into the update for this evening, we wanted to notify council that we've added a 1-hour virtual meeting opportunity for council members to join staff weekly to take a deeper dive into legislation if wanted. The first virtual meeting will be this Friday, April 9th at 11 a.m. We sent an email earlier, and the connection details are on the council calendar. The public may also listen to the meeting as well. During our discussion this Friday, we will establish a weekly date and time to continue these meetings throughout the remaining legislative session. We want to ensure that these conversations are productive and helpful. To help staff best prepare, it would be helpful if council sent any bill numbers they would like to discuss specifically in advance. Additionally, the Joint Budget Committee finished their work on the proposed 2021-2022 state budget, also known as the long bill. And the bill was actually introduced just a little bit earlier this evening in the Senate and is scheduled for Thursday, April 8th. The bill is Senate Bill 205 and has been added to the legislative matrix. We wanted to put it on council's radar as the introduction of the long bill typically causes delays in hearing schedules for other bills. Staff will continue to follow the budget process and provide updates as appropriate. We'll now walk through a quick update on a handful of bills tied to council priorities, the adopted policy statements, and those bills being tracked by membership organizations, including CCAT, CC4CA, CML, and MAC. It's important to note that this update is not meant to be all-inclusive of all of the bills being tracked in Broomfield, which are currently added to the 2021 legislative matrix, which you can see on your screen. Instead, staff has focused on specific bills that are currently gaining momentum and or have been identified by membership organizations as a priority for position statements or have been identified by council. We'll continue to update the legislative matrix as bills continue to be introduced and identified by staff to align with council priorities. If there's a specific bill that is not included that you'd like to see, please let us know. Additionally, we have added notes for the majority of the bills. These notes include staff comments and feedback and positions if established for membership organizations. So if you look on your screen, you'll see the example right now of the 2021 legislative matrix, and House Bill 1011 is at the top. And in the bright red, you can see where we've added comments. So you'll be able to see those throughout the legislative matrix, and we continue to add them as staff has comments or if we see comments from CCAT, CC4CA, or any of those other organizations. And now we'll switch over to the slideshow presentation. So we kind of put these bills up in regards to council priorities. So we'll start off with housing bills. Again, this is not all of the bills on this topic, but just specific ones for this evening's update. The first one is House Bill 1054, which is the housing public benefit verification requirement. Currently, federal and state law require individuals verify lawful presence to receive government benefits. This bill removed that requirement, making Colorado the first state to provide public housing benefits regardless of immigration status. It's been passed by both chambers and sent to the governor today for signing. It was supported by CCAT and CML. Additionally, House Bill 1117, the Local Government Authority Promote Affordable Housing Units or Inclusionary Zoning. We had several council members that testified. It's been led by CML. It clarifies the state prohibition on local rent control laws, often called the Telluride decision, and is fully moving. It's supported by CC4CA, CCAT, and CML as the lead, and it's in the Senate State Veteran and Military Affairs Committee scheduled for the 13th. Additionally, we have Senate Bill 173, which is rights and residential lease agreements. It provides protections for tenants related to late fees, eviction proceedings, and rental agreements, giving them the opportunity to pay back rent until the eviction process is to the point where a judgment has been issued. Councilmember Tessier had emailed about this. We are continuing to monitor, and it is scheduled for second reading tomorrow. Next slide. Some of the DEAI bills that we are tracking, House Bill 1075 replaced the term illegal alien. Councilmember Lim, you had brought this one to our attention. It replaces the term illegal alien with worker without authorization in public contracts for services. It's also passed both chambers and was sent to the governor yesterday. We will continue to monitor and once signed, update all of our contracts as appropriate. House Bill 1011, the multilingual ballot access for voters. This bill increases access to multilingual ballots for voters. We are actively monitoring this in the clerk's office as it would require county clerks to provide translations of all county and local level ballot content if a minority language ballot is required in our county. It passed the House. It's currently in the Senate State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, but is not scheduled currently. There's a lot of research being done on this. They estimate for medium-sized counties, the fiscal note being around 61,000. So we are continuing to monitor this from an election standpoint and from the fiscal standpoint. As well, we have House Bill 1108, the Gender Identity Expression Anti-Discrimination Bill, which expands the anti-discrimination laws to cover gender identity. If you had the opportunity to watch this bill, it passed 4122 in the House after a very long filibuster, and it is currently not assigned or scheduled in the Senate. Next slide. Next, we have an oil and gas bill that we had emailed council about prior, the Pipeline Safety Bill or Senate Bill 108. It directs the Public Utility Commission to expand its rules related to gas pipeline safety. It also increases the maximum penalty for violations. CC4CA is monitoring this bill, as are we. There's a lot of proposed amendments right now, so we're trying to see where those are going to land. And it was scheduled today, and I did check right before the council meeting, and there wasn't an update yet. So we'll continue to monitor and update the matrix as soon as we know more. Next slide. Next is the sustainability bills. There are three we're tracking. Senate Bill 200, which reduces greenhouse gases, increased environmental justice. Councilmember Lim emailed about this. It aligns with council's adopted greenhouse goals, which was passed through Resolution 2020-169. It's conditionally supported by CC4CA and being monitored by CCAT currently, and scheduled for April 20th in the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee. We'll continue to monitor and digest. There's a lot of details in there that we're still processing, and we'll continue to keep council updated. House Bill 1162, the management of plastic products. So this phases out single-use plastic, and it repeals the state preemption that prohibits the local government from regulating the use of these specific plastics. So there are some local control pieces as well as sustainability pieces. It is supported actively by CC4CA, currently in the Appropriations Committee, but not scheduled. We anticipate a delay with that with the long bill moving through as well. House Bill 1189, regulate air toxics. This is to set sources for hazardous air pollutants, including monitoring, community outreach, and corrective actions. CC4CA also supports this bill. It is scheduled for April 19th, and we'll continue to monitor once that hearing is here. Next slide. The last slide that I'm going to cover is just some additional bills that popped up. Senate Bill 62, we wanted to mention. In 2020, Colorado passed Senate Bill 217, which was the Enhanced Law Enforcement Integrity Bill. It was part of a nationwide effort to address police accountability. COVID-19 then hit. It created a backlog with the judicial system. Some law enforcement agencies across the state implemented new policies during the COVID-19 pandemic to reduce jail populations. Senate Bill 62 is the culminating result. The bill continues some of these practices to lower overall jail populations in Colorado by giving officers the right to issue a summons rather than arrest, and prohibiting officers from arresting a person who committed traffic offense, a Class 4, 5, or 6 felony, or a Class 3 or 4 drug offense. The bill is currently stuck in Senate Appropriations and has been for a while, and it is facing steep opposition. As you know, the Chief of Police signed off on a letter in opposition. CML is in opposition, and in the metro area, mayors also signed off in opposition. So we'll continue to monitor it, but we anticipate it either being postponed indefinitely or being drastically amended. And then the last one, just Councilmember Schaaf had emailed last night about House Bill 1235, which is just regulation of fireworks. We added it to the matrix. It doesn't necessarily fit within council priorities, but we just wanted to mention it tonight. It will refine some of the firework regulations, which becomes an issue every year. CML currently supports it. It is scheduled for second reading in the House tomorrow. And then staff will keep it on the legislative matrix. And if council would like to take further action on that, we'll take direction from the majority of council. And with that, the next update is transportation, and I'm going to pass that over to Sarah Grant, our transportation manager.
Good evening. Thank you. Let me just get my screen going here. Good evening. I'm Sarah Grant, Transportation Manager, and I will present a fast-paced overview of the highlights from the 2021 Transportation Legislative Proposal that has been provided to Council. The following information in this presentation is directly from the bill sponsors that was provided for discussion and stakeholder input on March 18th, 2021. The sponsors of this proposal, I'm sorry, you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. The sponsors of this proposal are Majority Leader Steve Fenberg, Speaker Alec Garnett, Senator Faith Winter, and Representative Matt Gray in collaboration with the Polis administration. The sponsors have emphasized that over 100 stakeholders have met across, they've held over 100 stakeholder meetings across the state to develop this proposal. Ultimately, the message from the sponsors is that the status quo is not a sustainable option for our transportation future. I'll briefly touch on the status quo issues the sponsors want to address with this proposal and then dive into the highlights. Next slide, please. The status quo is that the gas tax cannot pay for our roads. It is currently at 22 cents per gallon. We have not raised the gas tax since 1991. That's 30 years. And it would be 44 cents today if we kept up with inflation, and we've lost over 8 billion in the last 30 years. In addition, due to inflation, our purchasing power is only half of what it was in the 90s. We're losing on revenues due to fuel efficiency and EV adoption. And currently, Colorado has the 10th lowest gas rate in the nation. The bill sponsors stress that we need to modernize our revenues to stay competitive. Next slide, please. Other states have recently addressed this challenge, including Alabama, Arkansas, Ohio, and Illinois, all have passed fuel tax increases in 2019. And currently, there are 9 Republican or bipartisan-led efforts underway in other states to increase the gas tax, including our neighbors in Wyoming. The bill sponsors have stressed that non-investment is a risk for our economy, including our agriculture industry and tourism. Next slide, please. Another key message of maintaining the status quo for transportation funding is that Coloradans will be losing over $6 billion every year due to repairs and wear and tear on their vehicles and lost time and productivity due to sitting in traffic. And that equates to over $700 per person each year. Next slide. So bottom line, what does this proposal do? For the first time, Colorado is presenting a future-looking package to advance a comprehensive transportation funding plan to modernize the state's transportation system. It invests in our roads and highways with a focus on rural investments, reduces traffic congestion on key corridors, and prepares for the future with investments in electrification, charging infrastructure, and cleaner fleets. And finally, expands multimodal transit options across the state. Next slide, please. In addition, the plan will accomplish 3 key objectives, including saving Coloradans money and time spent on the roads, create a transportation system that supports a dynamic economy while improving air quality, and third, establish a sustainable transportation funding source for our system. Next slide, please. First and foremost, the plan will address relief for consumers, including temporary reduction in the faster fees in 2022 and 2023. This will not impact any local share of these fees, only the state fees. New consumer fees will be delayed to 2023, and I'll talk about those in a moment. Included is a pilot program for payments for the electric vehicle fees to ensure equity. Next slide. Transportation funding in this proposal will raise $4 billion over 11 years to modernize and future-proof the transportation system and stabilize funding that businesses and local governments can depend on. Now, I'll revisit these 4 major spending categories shown here, but in brief, the revenue will support state and local HUTF, that's the Highway Users Tax Fund. It will provide funding to support electrification and a down payment on the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Roadmap. It will expand Multimodal Options Fund and include new funding source for greenhouse gas mitigation, and create a new non-attainment fund to address pollution mitigation in non-attainment areas. Next slide, please. So where will these funds come from? $1.2 billion in funding is going to be coming from stimulus funding and from the state general fund. The intent is to stabilize the Colorado General Fund investments to support transportation. In the last 10 years, these general fund transfers have swung from $0 to $500 million. The plan will also dole out stimulus funding over the next 11 years. The plan will ensure transparent and predictable general fund contributions that Coloradans can count on. Next slide, please. Here is a list of a summary of the new fees. So in addition to the general fund and stimulus contributions, the proposal outlines revenues from 9 distinct fees on road usage, including 6 new fees focused on commercial use. These fees include road usage for vehicles, trucks, and electric vehicles, transportation network companies, online retail orders, personal car share, rentals, taxis, and autonomous vehicle safety fees. Included in the road usage and truck category includes gas fee increase of 2 cents per gallon and increases of 2 cents every 2 years to 8 cents per gallon. Additional diesel fee will be raised 6 cents per gallon and increases 1 cent every 2 years to 8 cents. Electric vehicle fees will be increased gradually over 10 years, and the majority of the fees will be indexed to inflation indefinitely to future-proof revenues. Again, there's a delayed onset of the new transportation fees to fiscal year 2023. Next slide, please. And here's an outline line by line of the distribution of the revenues. Next slide. It may be more helpful to visualize it into these 4 categories. Next slide. There we go, perfect. And again, this will fund the HUTF, the Highway Users Trust Tax Fund, which will be split between state and local. And the idea is that they will support the 10-year plan prepared by CDOT, repair rural roads, and create the biggest investment ever in repairing these highways and roads. It will also invest in key corridors such as I-70, I-25, and I-270, as well as multimodal hubs along the I-25 corridor. The new the Multimodal Options Fund will be expanded to include mitigation measures at $366 million. And the third fund will support mitigation for non-attainment areas at $106 million. And finally, $724 million will go to create 3 new enterprise funds for electrification, including charging infrastructure and EV equity initiatives, fleet transitions, and fleet electrification of public transit. Next slide, please. And the bill sponsors want to stress that this proposal is striking the right balance between the rural needs and the urban needs. Next slide. And finally, accountability and transparency. Transparency, they will provide transparency with dashboards, key metrics, expenditures that are publicly available, and provide implementation of the status of projects. There will be accountability to stakeholders to ensure funding leads to desired outcomes and provide regular reports to the legislature, commissions, and partners. And finally, there will be regular reports on progress on the Greenhouse Gas Roadmap and the 2030 EV Plan. Next slide. And finally, as a recap, the bill sponsors outline that the key goals and outcomes of these revenues and these investments will provide for economic stability, a significant investment in our transportation system, and improve our air quality. Next slide. And so some considerations for council, that the bill language is not yet available. We anticipate that we may receive this language within the next 2 weeks, but the information provided above was provided to gather stakeholder input at this stage. The proposal has had significant stakeholder input. As mentioned previously, over 100 stakeholder meetings have been held over the last 6 months, and likely some policy compromises need to be made for this statewide solution. It also will fund the CDOT 10-year plan, including significant investments in Broomfield and North Metro area priorities. It supports future mobility, electrification, and multimodal. It supports investments to attract federal dollars for large projects, including Front Range passenger rail. Another consideration is that it's not explicit that there will be 30% dedicated for multimodal, but it does propose the largest Colorado investment in maintaining the state system for our rural highways, the largest investment for multimodal in the state's history, and will address climate change and equity, and also dedicate funding to support the non-attainment area and greenhouse gas mitigations, which a lot of that funding will be focused in the Front Range and in the urbanized areas. A final consideration is that the transportation network fee is on a per mile basis, is on a per trip basis and not per mile, and that these funds will go back to the transportation network companies to support electrification of their fleets and not necessarily to mitigate their impact on local or state roadway network. And this concludes my presentation of the transportation legislative proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll go to public comments next. If anybody wants to speak on it, please press star 3. I'm not noting anyone. There is somebody that's been holding on for a long time about Barberville County Commons, but we'll go ahead. We'll go to questions from City Council. I'm going to tell City Council my goal here. We've got to give some direction to the attorney, and I don't want to go past 11. So I'd like to wrap up in the next 30 minutes. So we can go into executive session. So we are going to have another meeting. When was that today? To talk about the legislative stuff. Remind me what that meeting is.
Yeah, Mayor, the meeting is scheduled for this Friday at 11 o'clock, and the invite is on the council calendar with the connection details.
Okay, so I would ask if council have any questions or comments, so they keep them very brief tonight, so we can move on to the 2 items on 6A and 6C, and I'm not noting anybody raising a hand, so I'm probably going to move really quickly here. So thank you for the detailed update, and so let's move on to the 18A. 6A in our special meeting discussion. The item 6A, which was for marijuana task force, 6A has been withdrawn by the council members. So let's move on to 6B and 6C. And I'm going to make a comment. What I want to do, because I think the 18A discussions have gotten a lot more detailed than was intended way back when they came about to. So what I want to do is have on both 6B and 6C, have the person presenting, present the reason why they want it. In both cases, there are staff positions on this. I was going to ask Tammy to respond to on the Davis 43-6, and I was going to ask Chief Krieger to talk a little bit about the situation of the comments. And then I'm going to ask, rather than everybody taking 5 minutes to talk about it, I'm going to ask for direction from staff whether there are 6 people that want staff to go with this. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Schaaf. Councilmember Schaaf, present your Davis 43-6.
Thank you, Mayor. I will try to keep this very short. It's basically what the memo says. I'm asking for council's consideration to raise concerns regarding Davis 43-6 and the surrounding development, and providing an opportunity for residents to raise concerns and questions at a public council meeting, as opposed to the weekly oil and gas meeting, which doesn't provide that same opportunity for the public to comment and raise questions and concerns.
Yeah, I'm not sure we need Tammy to respond to that, and I guess I'll just ask council. I guess the point being is right now we have biweekly meetings, that where we talk about oil and gas, but not all the public's not allowed to participate in those conversations, and so your request is that we have an update in a study session type format that would, or you're talking about a public type format, Councilmember Schaaf.
Right. This would be a non-study session meeting, so a regular council meeting.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, and once again, I talked to Nancy today. We only have 9 council members here. My impression always was that it took 6 council members to get staff to work on something. But let's just see, what is the interest in having a session set aside, and it would probably have to be in the next month or two to discuss the 43-6. I guess I'll ask council members, I'll just try this here because I am in a hurry. If you're interested in having a meeting, which included public comments and an update on the 43-6, give me a thumbs up. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I see enough. So Jennifer, staff needs to be prepared to have an update on the 43-6 and a public, in one of our regular meetings that would include public comments. Councilmember Tessier.
I just get really concerned that we're spending a lot of time on one issue and we don't have a lot of equity with the other issues. I can't tell you how many times other priorities have gotten pushed. I agree that this is important. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm really frustrated with the lack of equity in the other priorities. And I'm going to keep saying this until something is done.
Okay, thank you. But the direction was that the 43-6 come back to specific issues, and I will move on to 6C, which is council members consider this of Councilmember Groom's request for future action regarding Commons Park. Councilmember Groom.
Sure, yes. So I know an email was routed with some of the damages that have been done, and they racked and stacked some costs associated with it for many months, if not over a year or more. There's been an issue with adolescents, youth using the park as a facility to gather, which there's nothing wrong with that other than their misconduct and poor behavior that is affecting the citizens nearby in that neighborhood, as well as costing the city money based on their behavior. So we met on it a few times in regards to staff is really focused on it. The chief has really worked on it. Nothing seems to be happening. Some actions have been changed, but behavior-wise across the board, residents are still seeing drag racing in the parking lot, feces in the park, seeing people urinate in the park, and vandalism. Now someone has damaged the statue, one of our statues in the park. Littering is always been an issue. It's never really gone away. So there's some policing issues. Their hands seem to be tied. I'll let Chief Krieger talk about the difficulties of catching people in the act. It seems like they straighten up as soon as the police show up, of course. But something really does need to be done, whether we look at having a study session to talk about the options and what kind of budget we want to put forth. And then I'll turn it over. So all I'm asking for is a study session to discuss the options and maybe have staff look at options that have cost impacts associated with it instead of just increased policing. And maybe the chief has a few more things or staff to add.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask the chief to make some because this has been a subject of a lot of enforcement issues. I do want to note to Stephen, who's been on hold for 3 hours and 55 minutes after the chief speaks. We will give him his 3 minutes or her. Depending on who's on the call. But Chief, since this is an enforcement issue, I wanted you to go ahead and make some comments.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We provided you with kind of an overview of what we have seen since we came out of the stay-at-home orders, which had been about June to date. We also gave you a comparison to what we saw a year ago when we are not in a COVID period. And as you can see, these are all the resident or area complaints that we received, 158 total through that about 8-month period. And then we also provided you with kind of a graphical depiction of the comparison of 19 to 20 and sort of the grafting. And you can see that there are more complaints in 20 than 19, although the graphs do fairly similarly indicate, peaks and valleys based on the months. We have dedicated about 5,100 minutes over that time between 5 p.m. and 5 a.m. In officer time and enforcement. To Councilmember Groom's point, we still have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any complaints. And so it either involves the officer seeing the violation themselves or a witness or complainant that can identify not only the vehicle, but the driver of the vehicle or the person that would have committed the offense. Oftentimes, one of the complicating factors is the courts have been closed. So any enforcement action that we have taken, and we have taken some, is just postponed until the courts reopen, which is just now occurring. We've looked at a number of other factors besides just enforcement, and we've kind of outlined the ones that we've added, as well as the ones that we've found that would either be cost prohibitive or would not, they'd be of limited value, like cameras in the park. Most of the cameras don't have the high quality that would be able to positively identify somebody. And especially with masks on, that's just going to be impossible. So we've looked at as many different ideas and options as we could find, and really increase the enforcement. The amount of time that's spent in the park makes the Commons Park the most highest patrolled area in the city. But the officers are going in, they're spending a lot of time there, but they're getting called to other more immediate problems with crime rates. We've seen the issue with some of the COVID fatigue and mental health calls and some of those other things. So, we're having to balance the staff time in the park as well as with other call load.
Thank you, Chief. Now, I will go to public comments next. Stephen, please state your full name and neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, and I really appreciate Councilperson Groom putting this on the agenda. This has been an ongoing thing for a year. I'm sure you've seen my name on the emails.
Stephen, why don't you state your name again?
Oh, Stephen Teeple, and I live in the Red Leaf neighborhood. I actually am looking at the Broomfield Commons parking lot where the dog park is out my window right now. It's quiet tonight. Oddly enough, of course, tonight it was quiet. I did see multiple officers there earlier. And really, I'm just looking for help. I really need help from you guys to put a solution in place. Because I have gone from loving where I live to not loving where I live.
He got dropped off.
After all this.
Yeah, 3 hours and 4 minutes, 4 hours on. We'll give him a second to see if he can reconnect. I don't know if if Roger or somebody from CRL could try to recontact him, and we'll give him a couple more minutes. Of course he got dropped off. It's just been that kind of night. Okay, we have one in waiting, so I think we're having somebody come through.
Perhaps if he's listening, he could press *3 to get
press
back in the
*3
queue.
if you're
He's still there. He's just not in the queue.
Can you press *3, Stephen? once again, if CRL could get him on. So, yeah, well, I mean, I guess we understood his comment. This has made it very difficult, and he was saying that it was difficult to live there right now with the stuff going on in the park. And so I guess we'll move on to asking council for their direction to staff, and I guess Kim, you're asking that council has a study session to give direction to the police department and or closing down the park, or what are you specifically asking here? I
would like for us to discuss some alternates or options that would be more drastic than what we're doing right now, which is more police observation and patrol, which would be options that we've discussed is, a park shut down, or at least a certain portion of it. I know we've talked about cameras. I get that there's some definite drawbacks with cameras. Is there any guidance, any additional guidance that we can give the residents? If there is something happening, what can they do? Can they take a video? I mean, I don't suggest the residents really engaging in this, but what are our options here? Because we can't continue this.
Okay.
And that's what I'm seeking is staff presenting to council options with some financial impacts, because we're going to have to invest some money between what's being destroyed and the impacts to our residents and the illegal action that's happening, that we know is happening with alcohol use and marijuana use. We need to get this under control.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm going to do is ask, because I said I wasn't going to take council comments, but I mean, if council, could you make your comments in a minute or so? It'd be greatly appreciated.
Mayor, Stephen Teeple's back.
Okay, Stephen, I'm going to go ahead and let you finish up your comments. I'll give you 2 minutes to finish up your comments.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. I was still on the other line. I just got dropped, but I could still hear you guys.
Well, we hear you now.
I'll try to go very quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So, I'm just really looking for help. I've been contacting for now a year about issues, and I no longer feel comfortable to take my son to the park. It's lost one of my great joys in life of our evening walks. You can't do it anymore. The cars are screaming through the parking lot. There is obnoxious noise and I'm not a bad language guy. I don't care. But when my 10-year-old son is continually exposed to that, it's no fun. And, you see people drinking and smoking pot and all that kind of stuff. The noise, he's woken up 3 to 4 times a week, coming into our room at all hours. 11 o'clock is probably too late to have the park still available to be open. I've sent the pictures of the arson at the fireplace where they set fire in the drinking fountain, pictures of the 2 sculptures, which were beautiful but destroyed by people going to the park. The littering, every morning you go out there and there's just trash everywhere. I can't tell you how many times I'm cleaning up crushed beer cans in my front yard and in the street in front of me. I've talked to Officer Holt just last week, about some of my concerns, and the police have been very responsive, and I appreciate that. I've given lots of options, of things that I thought might be helpful. I do think the speed bumps that are currently in there are too short and too shallow. People don't even slow down for them. And there's no speed bumps going the north side out of the park, so it actually puts the cars that are most concerning through the neighborhood because they don't want to go over the speed bumps. Maybe we need to put speed bumps on
Red Deer Trail as well, both south and north of that exit. And they need to be tall and steep, something that, is not something you can just drive over at full hours. And then, also the police can't always respond immediately. I know that they can't, but, the argument of, well, the kids have to have a place to go. Fine. If the kids were behaving well, and it's not all just kids, there's people dealing drugs and, we see that. And, something really needs to happen. Maybe a set of 4 speed bumps on both sides in that parking lot to prevent the side-by-side drag racing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. So I'm going to go back to it. I think Devin was on the list. Could you just keep your comments really brief, because I really do want to get to the executive session by 10:15. Councilmember Schaaf?
I'll keep it very brief. I support this discussion moving forward. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Lindstedt?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, I really feel for Steve and his family and his neighbors. Where I'm struggling with, in Interlochen, we've had a set of apartments that have had small property crimes happening all year. And we haven't, as a city council, decided to directly prescribe where, our police should be and where we should spend enforcement dollars. So I'm struggling with, we have a community that is overwhelmed with small property crime and issues like this because of COVID. And I don't know that it's our place to prioritize where to police and where to spend those resources.
So you're a no?
So I am a no. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Anderson?
I will keep it really brief. I do support this conversation. And I know we're cutting the comments off, not really spending much time on this. So if this conversation doesn't move forward, I'm not sure how. And I hear you, Councilmember Lindstedt. Like if there's other areas that are facing just as much of a detriment repeated over and over again, I think we need to be addressing them as well. So I would actually rather just do both. But I definitely am in support of this conversation on Red Leaf, and I don't know if it's emphasized enough the dangerous behaviors that are occurring there, and that somebody is going to get hurt eventually, and the illegal activities that are happening that justifies a conversation. So I appreciate Stephen and others coming forward with their concerns. Thank you.
Councilmember Tessier?
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for bringing this forward. I am probably a no supporter of this. I think that neighbors could also do things like bring back the night, kind of like take over the park. I mean, it happens in different churches, and they could kind of gather and figure out things. That COVID is almost over. These kids have nowhere to go. They have nothing to do. I think this is going to be over. And my last comment is that I trust the police to police. I don't need to give them direction on how to do their job. That's all.
Okay. So what? Just say yeah. I mean, tell me yes or no, and I'll just ask Mayor Pro Tem.
No.
Heidi?
I appreciate the conversations, and I don't think that we can't have these continued conversations where they need to be, but I do trust our police department, and so I'm a no on this one. Thank you.
So you're no. Councilmember Lim?
I support continuing the conversation following the Section 18.
Okay. I'm missing one. Who am I missing? Oh, Councilmember Jezierski.
I'm okay with a study session to continue the discussion.
Okay. So we've got five are saying yes and 4 are saying no. And so let's go ahead and have the study session. I'm not exactly certain what the rules are if it takes 6, but it is 5 to 4 at this point in time. And so we'll do a study session on this. Jennifer, I guess you'll have to work out the timing on it. So I think that concludes the items on this evening's agenda.
Mayor, did you count that right?
I had yeses as Groom, Devin, Anderson, Lim, and Jezierski.
Okay. I had no's as me, Tessier, Lindstedt, Henkel. Yeah, miscounted. What was Shaw?
What's that?
Never mind, it's late.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the rules are, but we'll go ahead and move forward, and so that includes the items on this evening's agenda. If there is no other business to come before the council, and I'm noting none, there is a special meeting is adjourned. We have an executive session, and I presume it's going to take 5 minutes to get that set up, Jennifer. And so let's let's go ahead and go at we'll just say 10:17. We'll start the new session, and there's a different phone number for that. So Denise set that at like 4:30. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, CRL.